I'm gonna show you states, what's been pre-marked as States Exhibit 286. And you might need to open up the box to take a look at it. All right, and did you take a look at it? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and what is that inside that box?
Inside this box is a portable solid-state external drive that I received and placed a copy of the Celebrite extraction from Alex Murdaugh's phone.
Okay. And so in your examination of Alex's phone, you did a extraction, correct?
Yes, sir, I did a full file system extraction.
Okay. Using what software?
I used GrayKey to collect the extraction. Then I processed it and decoded it through Celebrite Physical Analyzer and also Axiom by Magnet Forensics.
And you then placed a full copy of the Celebrite report on that hard drive, correct?
Minus several things. Due to the fact that Mr. Murdaugh is an attorney, there was a privilege review done. So I was only able to put on there things that were not removed by our attorney for taint purposes.
All right. And SLED had an attorney who did a privilege review, correct?
Yes, sir, they did.
And several things were removed, several communications were removed, correct?
Yes, sir. It's my understanding they were removed for attorney-client privilege.
All right. And obviously, because you weren't part of the privilege review, you don't know exactly what was removed.
Correct.
However, when it comes to Alex's call log, did you consult with the SLED attorney to determine whether any items were removed from Alex's call log?
Correct. None of the calls were removed. It mainly consisted of text messaging, emails, things of that nature that would actually be the communication, not calls.
And at this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 286 in evidence.
No objection. Admitted without objection.
All right, and I'm going to show you Exhibit 287. Take a look at that, sir.
Okay.
You recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do. This is a copy of the Celebrite extraction from Alex Murdaugh's phone that just contained call logs. The date filter was placed on this report for May 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2021.
This time, State will move to enter Exhibit 287 into evidence.
No objection. So admitted without objection.
All right, let's take a look at Alex's call logs. Your Honor, I don't know if this defense has an objection, but State would have moved to place this under seal to protect phone numbers that might appear.
No objection.
All right. And if we could remove the screen to the audience, please.
Privacy of the phone numbers on there, it's under seal.
Okay? And I'm going to show this exhibit, and let's take a look at line 39. 39. Can you see that?
No, sir, I cannot.
Oh, all right. There we go. That should go. All right. Can you see line 39?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. And what is that?
It appears to be a call that was received on 5/30/2021 at 5:25 p.m. and answered. Looks like a FaceTime call.
Okay. And that was on May 30th, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's look at line 38 and 37. What are those?
Line 38 and 37 are both calls. They show outgoing as far as the number that phone dialed to another number on June 4th, 2021. The first one on line 38 is at 3:41:34 p.m. Shows not answered as a FaceTime call. And on line 37, the time on that call, the same individual was 4:35:56 p.m. It shows not answered as a FaceTime call.
Okay. Let's look at line 36. What is that?
Line 36 is a telephone call that was placed by this phone. It was outgoing is the direction. It was placed on June 7th, 2021 at 10:25:49 p.m. It shows not answered. It shows a FaceTime call.
Wait a minute. So we have a call from June 4th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then another call at 10:25. It's June 7th, the night of the murders, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you testified yesterday on Maggie's phone. You saw several incoming calls beginning at about 9:02, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And are those calls in this call log on Alex's phone?
No, sir, they are not.
All right. Let's talk about data that's restored or retained on phones. And we talked a little about SQLite databases yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the SQLite databases, for the most part, tend to keep information for only certain periods of time, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, is a call log, a phone call log, that type of database?
It's a different style of database. It's not recording information as quickly as, say, orientation changes or GPS location stuff, because you don't place calls constantly every day, every 2 minutes or more. If you did, then you would see it get overwritten and taken out the older stuff as new stuff comes in. But people don't make calls that much. So for that reason, it lasts longer in there.
Okay. So the call log lasts longer than other types of information on a phone, correct?
Yes, sir. Typically it does, just because that's not used as often.
And as a call log builds up, it might eventually, old calls might eventually drop off, correct?
Yes, sir. Older calls will drop off.
All right. But that would be a pretty, with a phone's available memory, that would be a pretty long list before they started to drop off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And here we see just simply a gap. We see calls from May of 2021, and then there's a couple calls on June 4th of 2021, and then nothing until 10:25 p.m. the night of the murders, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Is that, can the database simply overriding itself explain that gap?
A gap like that would indicate that it was actually removed from there.
Okay. So if a call log were to fill up and start overriding itself, it would overwrite the oldest items first, you just said, correct?
Yes, sir. It's a standard thing with databases like that. Usually the first in is going to be the first out.
Okay. And here we see older calls from May, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then calls, a couple calls in June 4th, and then 10:25 p.m. we start to see calls again, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that gap, when you say removed a second ago, how can those calls be removed to create such a gap?
For a call to be removed, you can go in and very easily go to your call log if you chose to, and you can swipe it. If you move it to the left, that number, it'll pop up red on the right-hand side and say delete. And if you choose to delete that call, you could do that. Same way you could with text messaging, voicemails, other things that you have access to, user access to.
Is there any way, other than that, what you just described, that you're aware of, that could, any process that could explain that gap in call records on Alex's phone?
No, sir.
So those calls were deleted, correct?
It would appear that way from based off of looking at the reports and the examination of the phone.
And one last question about that. In the far right column of these calls, we see source FaceTime. What does that mean?
It was a FaceTime call using the iPhone versus dialing the number.
Okay. And when you pulled this report, if there were normal phone calls, would they have simply been left out? Is that possible?
I pulled it for all call logs, so it should have pulled any regular calls also, along with FaceTime.
Okay. And you got Alex's phone when? Again?
And I got it in September of 2021.
Okay. So that was a full 3 months after, approximately a full 3 months after the murders, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So can you testify today of when you think those calls were removed with any information?
No, sir, I cannot.
So at some point between when those calls were placed on the night of June 7th and when you got the phone in September, those calls disappeared off that phone, correct?
Those calls are not on the phone anymore. How it happened, I don't know.
Okay. Did you do anything in your investigation, in your extraction or analysis to potentially remove those calls?
No, sir, I did not.
Let's see. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 288. All right. And you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir. This is a copy of an Celebrate extraction report that was done for messages from Alex Murdaugh's phone.
Okay. All right. You prepared that report?
Yes, sir.
And that report is from the data contained on that hard drive from the full Celebrate report?
Yes, sir.
At this time, State is moved to enter Exhibit 288 into evidence under seal. To protect phone numbers displayed on this.
Are you able to submit a redacted copy deleting the phone numbers at a later time for the record?
We could probably make that happen, Your Honor. It would probably take some manual work. But, I mean, we could do that, Your Honor.
All right. You may proceed.
All right. I'm going to have you flip in this report, Lieutenant Dove. Previously, when we looked at Maggie's phone, you testified about a group text that occurred at approximately 8:31 p.m. that night, the night of June 7th.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to have you flip to those texts. Alex was a part of that group text message, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And specifically, we're looking for the text that occurred at 8:31 p.m. that night.
I see it.
Okay, you see it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm going to show on this the text that arrived on Alex's phone at 8:31 p.m. Can you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, and this is the same text that we saw on Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that arrived at what time?
That it shows it arrived on June 7th, 2021 at 8:31 p.m.
Okay. And we're not going to go through the same read the list of individuals, but these are the same individuals that were in the group text we saw on Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
All right, and quickly read this text again. What does it say?
I plan to go over to visit Dad tomorrow afternoon. Is anyone else planning to go?
All right. And what time, date and time, was that text read on Alex's phone?
It shows read June 8th, 2021 at 1:44:49 p.m.
So that's the next day?
Yes, sir.
All right, and we're going to go to the next text in this thread. Can you read that?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. Okay, this should be the correct one. Can you make that out?
Yes, sir, I can make out what the text says.
All right, and what time did this text arrive on Alex's phone?
The text arrives June 7th, 2021 at 8:31:47 p.m.
All right, and what's this text say again?
It says, I'm in court all week with an emoji.
All right, and that's the text from Lynn G.
Yes, sir.
All right, and when was that text read?
It was read on June 8th, 2021 at 1:44:49 p.m.
Okay. So I'm going to go a little bit earlier in the day on those texts. The same text thread. All right, and what time, the text that you see on the screen, what time did it arrive on Alex's phone?
It arrived June 7th, 2021 at 4:48:23 p.m.
And just read the text for us again, or read the text for us, please.
It says room 632. Nurse says we can alternate visits with only one person in at a time.
And who sent that text?
It looks like John Marvin Murdaugh.
All right, and what time was that text read?
It shows read June 7th, 2021 at 5:10:32 p.m.
So that's within about 20 minutes. Is that roughly correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and let's look at the next text in this same thread. What time did this text arrive on Alex's phone?
It arrived June 7th, 2021 at 4:48:48 p.m.
And what time was that text read?
It shows read June 7th, 2021 at 5:10:32 p.m.
So again, roughly about 20 minutes after it arrived on the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to have you find this. Yesterday you testified on Maggie's phone about a text that was from Alex at approximately 9:08:58. And I believe the text said something to the nature of, I'm going to see M or something like that. Can you find that text in this report, please?
Yes, sir, I did. I've located the message.
All right. See. Okay, and we see that text, and this was an outgoing text, correct, from Alex's phone?
Yes, sir, it shows the status is being sent.
All right, and what time was it sent?
It was sent on June 7th, 2021 at 9:08:58 p.m.
And read the text again.
It says, going to check on M, be right back.
And we'll go to the text just after that in this thread. And this was another sent text, correct?
Yes, sir, the status is showing as a sent text.
All right. What time was this text sent?
It was sent on June 7th, 2021 at 9:47:23 p.m.
And what does the text say?
The text says, call me, babe.
I'm going to ask you to find a text that Alex sent. I believe the contact is called Rogan at approximately 10:24 p.m. Can you find that for us, please?
Yes, sir. Okay, I've located it.
All right. Okay. What time was this text sent?
This text shows it sent on June 7th, 2021 at 10:24:43 p.m.
All right, and this was sent to Rogan, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And what does the text say?
It says, call me.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 289. I want to ask if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. This is a Celebrite report that I prepared with timeline events for Alex Murdaugh's phone. The date filter was set for just the day of June 7th, 2021.
All right. This time, State would move to enter Exhibit 289 into evidence.
No objection.
And State would ask that Exhibit 289 be under seal. because there's some phone numbers displayed for privacy reasons.
No objection.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 290. Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that document?
This is a copy of the Magnet Forensics Axiom report that I prepared for Alex Murdaugh's phone to show health database steps and movement.
Okay. At this time, State will move to enter Exhibit 290 into evidence. Does not need to be under seal.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Okay. And we're going to start looking through steps first, so the screen can show this. This is Exhibit 290, and it's not under seal. Let's take a look at Record 16 and Record 17. Can you see those? Let's adjust it a little bit. Can you see those on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. And Record 16, what does that indicate?
Record 16 indicates that the phone recorded 49 steps on June 7th, 2021, beginning time 6:02:51 p.m., ending time 6:07:33 p.m. the same day.
All right. And Record 17, what does that show?
Record 17 indicates that the phone recorded 173 steps on June 7th, 2021, beginning at 6:14:42 p.m. and ending at 6:23:46 p.m.
You testified yesterday about steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall, in terms of our ability to rely on those steps, what you testified to?
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, what is the reliability? What do these steps tell us? Excuse me.
It tells us that the phone recorded the steps. It's not 100% accurate as to that's how many steps were taken. It also will not tell where the start was, the stop was, as far as distances, anything like that. But it's not 100% accurate. It just says the phone recorded steps. It was in movement recording steps.
Okay. And generally, for a phone to record steps, what does that tell you? How does a phone, what kinds of motion can cause a phone to record steps?
Possibly somebody was holding it in their hand, somebody had it in their pocket, but they were moving, they were actually in motion. They were either walking, could be running, it would record the steps, but somebody's got the phone in movement versus putting it in your cup holder of your car and driving around. It's not going to record steps that way.
Okay. So in your opinion, if someone puts the phone in a car seat or in a cup holder and they drive, will the phone record steps?
No, it will not.
Let's look at record 18 and 19. Let me adjust it a little bit here. There we go. Well, you can make out record 18 at the top, correct?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. And what does that show?
It shows that the phone recorded 57 steps taken on June 7th, 2021 at 6:42:12 p.m. beginning time, ending time 6:43:55 p.m.
Okay. Record 19, what does that show?
Record 19 shows that the phone recorded 283 steps beginning at June 7th, 2021 at 6:52:27 p.m. and ending at 7:02:05 p.m.
20, what does that show?
It shows the phone recorded 165 steps. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 7:03:55 p.m. with an ending time of 7:11:29 p.m.
Let's go to record 21. What does that say?
It shows that the phone recorded 200 steps. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 7:15:35 p.m. Ending time of 7:21:52 p.m.
All right, record 22. What does that say?
Record 22 shows that the phone recorded 47 steps. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 7:28:35 p.m. Ending time 7:37:11 p.m.
All right, record 23.
Record 23 shows the phone recorded 270 steps. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 7:55:32 p.m. Ending time is 8:05:07 p.m.
Record 24, and it's cut off to the next page, but read what you can, and then I'll flip it.
The beginning of this record shows that the phone recorded 29 steps with a start time of June 7th, 2021 at 7:41:23 p.m.
All right, and let's finish record 24 there. When did those steps end?
Those steps ended for that record on June 7th, 2021 at 7:48:41 p.m.
All right, so this report, like the report we looked at yesterday for Maggie, that it's chronologically a little bit out of order, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
The times that you're stating, those are correct.
Yes, sir. Those are accurate.
And just because the steps here that were recorded at 7:48, according to your analysis, that's when those steps occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the fact that it's listed in your report after steps that had occurred later doesn't mean those steps occurred later. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's look at record 25. What does that say?
Record 25 shows that the phone recorded 74 steps. Start time of June 7th, 2021 at 8:05:35 p.m. Ending time of 8:09:52 p.m.
Okay. All right. Record 26. What does that say?
Record 26 shows the phone recorded 283 steps with a start time of June 7th, 2021, 9:02:18 p.m. Ending time 9:06:47 p.m.
Okay. So, and I'll hand this report back to you, but we see an hour gap, approximately an hour gap between those steps that ended at 8:09 and when the steps start to occur again at 9:02, correct?
Correct.
And I'll hand you a report so you can flip through it because some of the things got out of order. Just to verify, do you see any steps that occur on that phone between those two times, between 8:09 and 9:02?
No, sir, I do not.
And whose phone are we talking about again?
This phone was Alex Murdaugh's phone.
So, in your opinion, was this phone being moved around with or walked around with during that gap in time, according to the record or the analysis you've done?
No, sir, not in my opinion, based off my analysis.
All right, and I've previously entered States Exhibit 289, which was the timeline for Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And let's talk about this timeline a little bit. So, what kind of information is found in this timeline? on Alex's phone?
On this phone, it captured things like incoming text messages to show a log entry for it. It shows there's a log entry for images, steps. It's a little bit different the way Celebrite does steps versus Axiom, so it's a little bit different look to it. It also has text messages on here as they came in, and a few more log entries to show that text messages and that phone calls were being made and recorded in the log.
Do you see any orientation changes like we talked about on Maggie's phone in that report? Would it include it if there were?
Usually you don't see it in a timeline report like this. You would find it in the device events report. We would pull it separate.
Oh, have you, in your analysis, you've looked at the device events report, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right. And during that same time frame, do you see any orientation movement or anything to suggest the phone's being handled, or does that data exist? I should ask that.
Which time frame exactly?
The device events, did you find data from the night of the murder on Alex's phone?
Earlier in the evening, I did, but there was a gap in time where I did not see it.
Okay. Well, we talked about some of these databases kind of going away after a certain period of time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know the exact time for every single database, correct?
Correct.
But generally speaking, most of these databases, the SQLite databases, how quickly do they turn over?
They can go from 2 days to 2 weeks to 45 days. It just depends.
Okay. And so when you performed your analysis on this phone, it was in September 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so some of that information that's contained in those SQLite databases, would you expect to find it, some of that data in September that had been originally recorded in June of 2021?
No, sir. And if it showed anything, it wouldn't be accurate information. It would be remnants of it.
Okay. Because a lot of those databases overturn in a far shorter period of time between June and September, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And so, to sum up, Alex's phone, because you didn't analyze it until September, just simply doesn't contain as detailed data that you found on Maggie's phone, for example.
Correct, for that time frame of June.
Okay. For the time frame. Okay, and I'm going to show you, this is Exhibit 289, and this is under seal. All right, and we see lines 157 and 158 in this report, correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is line 157 associated with?
Line 157 is associated with a text message.
All right, and that's a text message we just talked about in Alex's text message report, correct?
Yes, sir, it shows as an incoming text message.
All right, and I believe you just testified that that text wasn't read until the next day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was a second text at and this is line 159, and there was a second text that you've already testified about. And what time was this text?
It shows that it was June 7th, 2021 at 8:31:47 p.m.
And again, according to the text message report, when was this text read?
The next day, on June 8th, 2021.
All right, you just testified about the steps, and we can get the report back to you if you need to be refreshed. What time did Alex's phone start moving after that gap between 8:05 and 9:02?
It started moving at 9:02 after, there was that gap before, but it started at 9:02 recording steps again.
And those texts were not read at that time, correct?
Correct.
And we looked at a couple earlier texts in that thread, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And those texts have been read within 20 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir, approximately.
And in your analysis and investigation, did you review other texts that might or might not be in that report that's in evidence to review Alex's habit of when he read text?
Yes, sir, I reviewed other texts.
All right, from the day of the murder?
From that day and previous days and days after.
And just in your general review, and I'm sure there's outliers, but what is Alex's general habit when he reads text?
Usually it could vary from anywhere from reading it within 5 minutes to 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes, just depending. But it was generally within an hour's time it appeared that the texts were read.
And like I said, there's probably outliers, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But this particular thread we've been talking about with the group family thread, what was the topic they were talking about?
It was about his father being in the hospital.
Okay. And those texts weren't read till the next day, correct?
Correct.
All right. I am going to show you what's been marked for ID purposes. Item 274. Give me a second to find it. All right. And you recognize that item, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And what is that item?
This is an Apple iPhone that we received. Once the analysis was done, it has the account of Paul Murdaugh.
And when did you originally get that item? Receive that item?
I would have to refer to my notes for the actual day it was submitted.
Do you have them with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you look at that, please?
Yes, sir. All right. It was August 13th, 2021.
Okay. And to the best of your recollection, where had the phone been previous to you?
Previous to us, it was located in Colleton County in their evidence area.
All right. And that was Paul McManigal, correct?
Yes, sir. It has his sticker on there that it was in his possession.
And to your knowledge, was he able to access Paul's phone?
Not that I'm aware of. I believe he might have gotten a little just surface information from it, but to my knowledge, he was not able to access it due to the passcode.
All right. The phone was locked, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you got it in August of 21, was the phone still locked?
Yes, sir, it was.
And in August of 2021, did you have any tools available at SLED that would help you unlock that phone?
At that time, no, sir, it would not support that model and that iOS that was running on the system.
And these companies that develop software to access these phones, that software continuously updated, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that software isn't free, correct?
Correct.
And it's sort of like a game, isn't it? Apple, these companies discover an exploit on these phones that allow them to access it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then Apple produces a software update that fixes that exploit, correct?
Correct.
And so it's kind of a continuous cycle of being able to access these phones and not, correct?
Yes, sir,
But
correct.
in August of 2021, you did not have the ability to access Paul's phone, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
All right. Let's fast forward to March of 2022. Did it come to your attention that a fellow law enforcement agency had recently acquired a tool that could potentially access Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. I spoke with John Van Houten of the United States Secret Service, and they believe they had the capabilities with the tools they had to obtain the passcode to this phone.
All right. And did you take that phone to Mr. Van Houten?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And approximately when was that again?
It was in March of 2022.
All right. And to your knowledge, was Mr. Van Houten successful in accessing Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. I received a phone call from Mr. Van Houten stating he was able to do an extraction on the phone and that we were preparing it to put on an external hard drive for me to bring back and do my analysis.
All right. And you received what type of file extraction from Mr. Van Houten?
It was a Celebrite file extraction.
All right. Do you recall if it was a full file extraction or a physical file extraction or logical?
It was a full file system extraction.
And when you got that full file system extraction from Mr. Van Houten, what did you do with it?
I processed it with Celebrite Physical Analyzer and also verified the information with Axiom by Magnet Forensics.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to enter Exhibit 274 into evidence.
Submitted.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's pre-marked as Exhibit 292, states 292, and you probably need to open a box. All right, you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is an external hard drive. It's a portable solid-state drive that was provided to me to place the phone reports on for Paul Murdaugh's phone.
All right, and what does it contain?
It contains the Celebrite report for Paul Murdaugh's phone.
And that's a full Cellbrite report?
Yes, sir.
This time, state will move to enter Exhibit 292 in evidence.
Renew the previous objection.
And you're entering the entire download or entire extraction.
The full Cellbrite report from the phone here.
And your objection is to the chain, not to the what's contained in it. Is that right? Okay, it's submitted.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to hand you what's Exhibit 293. Take a look at it. Let us know if you recognize it.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
It appears to be my Celebrite report that I prepared for call logs from Paul Murdaugh's phone with a date filter set for June 5th, 2021 to June 7th, 2021.
Okay. At this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 293 in evidence.
Same objection.
And this would need to be under seal, Your Honor, due to phone numbers and private information.
All right, you can substitute a redacted copy.
All right, and we're going to publish this, so this will be under seal. And I'm going to direct you to phone calls that occurred on the night of June 7th. And let's look at lines 5 and 6. What do you see there?
Lines 5 and 6 show a phone call that was received June 7th, 2021 at 8:32:10 p.m. It was rejected.
Okay. That call was not answered, correct?
Correct. It shows as incoming and rejected.
And we see a name. What is that name?
Robert Boyle?
And then that's line 5, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is line 6 of the name?
It says Lucille Boyle?
Okay. And we encountered this with Maggie's phone. We have 2 different contacts because it's pulling from 2 different databases, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that number may be labeled as a different name in 2 different databases, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's look above that. So lines 3 and 4. And what is that? What do those lines indicate?
Those lines show that the phone had an outgoing call that was placed June 7th, 2021 at 8:40:20 p.m. and it was answered.
Okay. And who's the contact name on that outgoing call?
Rogan Gibson.
And this is Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir. This is Paul's phone.
And this is data that was stored on Paul's phone that you recovered in your investigation, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And that's an outgoing call to Rogan Gibson.
Yes, sir.
And how long did that call last?
It recorded that call as 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Okay. And we see actually between line 3 and 4 a slight difference in that time. I believe line 4 says 4 minutes and 18 seconds. But your testimony looking at this data, the correct length of the call is what?
It's 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Let's look above that to lines 1 and 2. What do we see there?
Lines 1 and 2 show an outgoing call on June 7th, 2021 at 8:44:34 p.m.
Okay. And what is that? Who is that call to?
That call shows to Rogan Gibson.
All right. And we see a source. What is that source for this call?
It is a FaceTime call.
All right. And how long did that call last?
Approximately 11 seconds.
And that was answered, correct?
Yes, sir. It shows as answered.
All right. And so if that call started at 8:44:34 and it lasted 11 seconds, when did that call end?
It would have ended at 8:44:45.
All right. And I see this is record number 1, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So this is the most recent call on Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were there ever any other outgoing calls made from Paul's phone?
No, sir. Not that I found.
Were there ever any other calls that were answered, incoming calls that were answered on Paul's phone?
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 294.
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
This is a Cellbrite report that I pulled for text messages from Paul Murdaugh's phone.
time state would move to enter Exhibit 294 into evidence.
No objection.
And this state would ask that this be under seal. It will display phone call or phone numbers, and to protect privacy, the state would ask that it be placed under seal.
No objection.
That copy can be submitted along with the Unrelated.
Okay. And this is under seal, and I'm going to publish it. All right. I'm going to direct your attention to. Go back just a little. Let's look at line 8 on this report. Or excuse me, that's line 3. Line 3. What does this entry say?
It's a text message that was received on this phone June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:39 p.m. Shows us an incoming text message.
All right. And who's it from? The contact name?
It's from Megan Kimbrell.
And what does the text message say?
It says, "Don't like bad movies."
Okay. And this was an incoming message to Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
Does it indicate that this message was read?
Yes, sir. It shows as read June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:59 p.m.
And actually, let's look at line 4, which was just below line 3, excuse me. All right. Can you see line 4?
Yes, sir, I can.
And what does this line, this entry indicate?
It indicates it's another text message that was received from the same sender, Megan Kimbrell.
Okay. And what does the text message say?
It says, "No, I need something happy."
All right. And this, what's the time on this text?
It shows the text is being received June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:29 p.m.
And what time? What's this text message read?
Yes. Yes, sir. It shows it's being read June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:59 p.m.
All right. And so lines 3 and 4, we put them both there. They were read at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time was that again?
It was 8:48:59 p.m.
On the night of June 7th, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
All right, let's take a look at line 2. What does this record indicate, sir?
This indicates that a text message was received to this phone on June 7th, 2021 at 8:49:35 p.m.
Okay, so this is approximately how many seconds after those texts from Megan Kimbrell were read? We can flip back if we need to.
Yes, sir, if you could, please.
What time were the texts from Megan Kimbrell read?
At 8:48:59 p.m.
And that text from Rogan arrived at what time?
It arrived at 8:49:35 p.m.
I'm going to put you on the spot again. Can you give us a rough array? How many seconds between those two texts arriving on Paul's phone?
I would have to write that down if I tried to
Do you
convert
have
the
a pen,
seconds.
something you could write with?
Yes, sir.
So the first time for Megan was 8. The texts from Megan were read at 8:48:59. And Rogan's text arrives at 8:49:35.
Approximately 36 seconds.
Was this text from Rogan ever read on Paul's phone?
No, sir. It shows the status is unread.
Ever.
Ever.
So when you got this phone download from Van Outen, that indicated that this text from Rogan was never read, correct?
Correct.
8:49:35.
Correct.
36 seconds earlier, there were 2 texts from Megan Kimbrell that were read, correct?
Correct.
And we see one final text above that in line 1. What does line 1 indicate, sir?
Line 1 shows that it was an incoming text message from Rogan Gibson on 6/7/2021 at 9:58:35 p.m.
All right, and what does that text say?
Yo, Y-O.
Was that text ever read?
No, sir. The status is unread.
All right, and I'm going to dig back into your memory from yesterday, from Maggie's phone. Do you recall a text on Maggie's phone that was read at 8:49:27?
Yes, sir.
And I believe that was a text from Lynn G. in the group text there, correct?
Correct.
All right, why don't you write that number down? 8:49:27. All right, and that was a text from Lynn G. to the group thread about Randolph's health that was read at 8:49:27, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then we have here, line 2, a text from Rogan that was at 8:49:35, correct?
Correct.
How much time separates those 2 texts?
Approximately 8 seconds.
And that text from Rogan was never read, correct?
Correct.
In your investigation, you look at the status of the phone of when certain things occur, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Things like battery status, correct?
Correct.
And at the time of these texts, what was Rogan's battery status? Do you recall?
Rogan's battery status or
excuse
Paul's?
Me, I'm sorry, Paul's.
Paul's battery state at that point was approximately 2%.
Okay, so that's a low battery state, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was it when those texts from Megan arrived on his phone?
It would have been between 2 and 3%.
Okay. And in your opinion, is there any reason that low battery state would have permitted Paul to read the text from Megan, but not from Rogan 36 seconds later?
No, sir.
And if he had read that text at 8:49:35, in your opinion, would the phone have logged that and recorded that event?
Yes, sir. It should have recorded it as a red status.
And that battery would not have prevented that phone from recording that text being read, correct?
Correct.
And in your investigation, we know you just testified Paul's phone was at 2% at approximately 8:49, correct?
Correct.
Did your investigation reveal that that phone logged when that battery finally died on Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. At approximately 10:34 p.m. on June 7th.
Which is, roughly speaking, about how long after those texts arrived on Paul's phone?
Approximately 39 minutes for the last one.
Okay. All right. And I'm sure this needs to be an expert opinion, but if a phone that is at 2% is used heavily, how long approximately would you expect that phone to last before it dies?
If it's being used heavily, text messaging, looking at videos, things of that nature that are going to put more strain on the battery, I would expect it to go to the point of being dead. I would imagine, and just kind of ballparking because I haven't done testing on this, but I would say 10 to 15 minutes max.
So a matter of minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. But that phone sits there for, would you say, about almost 39 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Actually, I'm sorry. Let's do that math again. If Paul's battery state at 849 is 2%, and he dies at 10:34, again, how many minutes is that approximately?
36. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I missubtracted.
And I think we're both suffering from some math phobia here, Lieutenant Dove. We're going to do that one more time. And we can write this down if we need to. And, you know, us lawyers, we don't do math, so. 849, the battery is at 2%, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the phone dies at what time?
From the last text message or
Or
from
what time does Paul's, just write down the time. What time does Paul's phone die?
at 10:34
All right.
p.m.
And how much time is between approximately?
From the last text messaging received from Rogan?
8:49.
8:49, I'm sorry. I was going off the last time a message was received to the phone.
That's probably my fault.
At an hour and 35 minutes.
All right. Okay, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 295.
Okay.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir. This is a copy of the Celebrate report I prepared for a timeline from Paul Murdaugh's phone.
Okay. And I noticed this is quite a bit thicker than some of the other reports that we've been through, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Why would that be?
That one also contains location information that was obtained from the cache SQLite database.
So there's a lot more data points on Alex's phone, correct?
There's a lot more on Paul's phone on that
Excuse me,
timeline.
Paul's phone. Excuse me. At this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 295 into evidence.
Renew the previous objection.
It's admitted.
And just what time frame again does that report span?
The time frame of this report, I began it at 6 p.m. on June 7th, 2021, and it ran through midnight on June 7th, 2021.
And just roughly speaking, if you were to print even 2 or 3 days worth of this information on Paul's phone, how many pages would you expect that report to be?
Several thousands of pages.
All right. And so this is just a couple hours.
Yes, sir.
All right. And Your Honor, there are some phone numbers contained on this report. So the state would move that it be sealed for privacy reasons.
Okay.
All right, and I'm just going to pull some examples here. And I'm looking at lines 325 through 329. What's the date range that you see there?
Beginning with 325, it's June 7th, 2021, 6:44:47 p.m. Going to line 329 is going to be June 7th, 2021 at 6:46 p.m.
So that's approximately 2 minutes of log entries, correct?
Yes, sir, a little bit less than 2 minutes.
Lines 325 and 326 and 327, what kind of entries are those?
325, 326, and 327 are location data entries into the cached SQLite database.
Okay. And we see some numbers at the top there. I see a 32.83 and some other numbers and a minus 81.05, some other numbers. What do those numbers indicate?
They are latitude and longitude numbers.
Now, and we see 3 entries within almost seconds, correct?
Yes, sir.
So what does that tell you, generally speaking, about Paul's phone and his settings on whether his phone will record location data frequently or not?
It's recording it much more frequently, and every few seconds it's grabbing this information to this database.
Okay. And so is Paul's phone as locked down as Maggie's in comparison in regards to location?
It appears that it's collecting more data as far as location information than Maggie's phone did.
All right. And then I'm going to direct your attention to line 328 there. And what is that entry?
This is an entry from an application usage that shows it was in there, and I believe this application's related to Snapchat.
All right. And what does it actually say there?
It actually says com.toyogroup.picaboo.
Dot Picaboo?
Yes.
And you researched what that means?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you've discovered what?
That it's related to Snapchat.
Snapchat usage?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. If you go to the jury room, a break for about 10 minutes or so.
Please be seated.
You may bring the jury. You may proceed.
Lieutenant Dove, I'm going to circle back to what's already been admitted to States 294. And this is the text message report that you produced, sir?
Yes, sir.
And this is under seal. And we're just going to flesh out a little bit that text conversation with Megan Kimbrell. Just for a little more context. Lines 10 and 11. Can you tell us what's indicated on those two records?
Yes, sir. On line 10, it shows that it was...
Actually, I'm sorry, let me stop you. Let's read line 11 just to keep it chronologically in order. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Line 11.
Line 11 shows that it was an incoming text message on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:06 p.m. And the message says, "You didn't send me any movie recommendations."
And the contact associated with that incoming text?
It's from Megan Kimbrell.
Okay. And when was that text read?
It shows that it's being read on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:17 p.m.
Okay. Within about 11 seconds of it arriving on Paul's phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. And let's look at the line above that, line 10.
Line 10 shows it as an outgoing text message from Paul Murdaugh to Megan Kimbrell that on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:36.
Okay. And what does that text say?
It says, "Haha, I didn't have a good one."
And again, that's to Megan Kimbrell from Paul, correct?
Yes, sir.
Paul's
Correct.
phone. All right. Let's look at lines 9 and 8. All right. What does line 8 indicate?
Line
Excuse me,
8.
I'm sorry, line 9. Line 9.
Line 9 indicates that it was a text message sent from Paul Murdaugh's phone to Megan Kimbrell on June 7th, 2021 at 8:29:48 p.m. And it says, "Wills may."
Will's what? I'm sorry?
Wills might.
And that was now going text, correct?
Yes.
All right. And in line 8, what does that indicate?
Line 8 shows it as an incoming text message from Megan Kimbrell on June 7th, 2021 at 8:30:10 p.m. and it says, "OMG."
All right. And that was an incoming text from Megan Kimbrell?
Yes.
And when was it read on Paul's phone?
It shows it is being read June 7th, 2021 at 8:13 p.m.
And just so the jury understands the context, those are text messages in the same conversation that they heard about from Megan Kimbrell, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just to refresh, so the circle's complete, let's look at lines 5 and 6 again. And line 6, is that a text that was sent or outgoing to Megan Kimbrell?
It shows it as an outgoing or sent text message.
All right. And what does that message say again?
It says, "Ha ha, kidding."
All right. And then line 5, what does that indicate?
Line 5 shows it as an outgoing or sent text message with a body or the text message saying, "Star was born is the move."
Okay. And that was at 8:48:05?
Yes, sir.
And that was an outgoing text from Paul, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then, well, we talked about these texts, but real quickly already, at line 4, at 8:49:29, is that an incoming text?
At 8:48:29, it's an incoming text message
From who?
from Megan Kimbrell.
All right. And that says again?
No, I need something happy.
All right. And then line 3, is that an outgoing or incoming text?
That is an incoming text message.
From who?
It's from Megan Kimbrell.
And what does that say again?
It says, "Don't like watching sad movies."
All right. And so those are both incoming texts. And when were those texts read again?
They were read on June 7th, 2021 at 8:48:59 p.m.
Okay. And so going back to line 5, just so it's clear, in your investigation, is this the last outgoing text from Paul's phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's at 8:48:05, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A moment ago, we were discussing State's Exhibit 295, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is the timeline report from Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that thick, how many hours again does that cover in Paul's timeline for the night of the move?
I set the timeline parameters beginning at 6 p.m. on June 7th, 2021 to end at midnight on June 7th, 2021, but the timeline stopped short of that.
Okay. What time does the timeline stop?
The timeline stops at 10:34:23 p.m.
Okay. And I think you previously testified about that time. What does that 10:34 p.m. Indicate to you? What happened at that time?
There was a power event. The phone had gone dead and turned off.
And I'm going to show that. That's line 901. And that's the final log entry from June 7th, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And you testified. What is your interpretation of that log entry?
When I looked at that, it was a power event where the phone had gone dead and been turned off because the battery life ran out.
And can you tell us can you tell for certain whether the phone was simply turned off or did the battery die?
It appears from what I looked at it, the battery died.
Okay. And that's line what again?
That is line 901.
All right. And so that means in this particular report, there's over 900 log entries, correct?
Correct, in just this report, yes, sir.
And we're not going to go through it line by line. But I'm going to hand this back to you. I'm going to ask you some questions. And we previously discussed a lot of what is contained in this report is location data. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you personally take all those lat longs and plot them somewhere?
No, sir, I did not.
But you provided that location data to other law enforcement agents or agencies, correct?
Correct.
And specifically, to your knowledge, has it been provided to the FBI?
Yes, sir, it was provided to the FBI to do some mapping with the location data.
Okay. And do you recall who in the FBI did that?
I believe it was Agent Wild.
Okay. All right. But let's make some general observation on what you see in that timeline. We see a lot of location data. Take a few moments to look through that timeline and just in an overall picture, what is that phone being generally used for? What is being done on that phone in a general impression?
It appears that on this phone, based off of this timeline, that there are calls being made, text messaging being done, Snapchats being utilized, social media type things with Snapchat, and the text messaging and calls.
And when you look at that usage, would you say it's sporadic or almost continuous?
It's a lot of continuous usage. Like I said, I pulled it from 6 p.m. and it ends at 10:34. So in the matter of about 4.5 hours, it's over 900 entries on here.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to time about 8:44, and you can take a moment to find it. 8:44 p.m. And I want to see if you can find, I believe there's an entry for the camera. And it's a little after 8:44, but been some change in settings.
Yes, sir, I see it.
And what's the exact time on that you see?
It says 8:44:49 p.m. on June 7th, 2021.
Okay. All right, actually, so what does that camera, we'll show this in a moment. What does that entry indicate to you?
That the camera was being utilized. It was an application usage, so the camera was being utilized, or beginning to be utilized at that
The
point.
camera was turned on?
Yes.
Okay. And I want you to look at the next page, or maybe the page after, and see if you can find a corresponding log entry that would show that the camera was turned off.
Yes, the camera shows it was turned off at 8:47 p.m. on June 7th, 2021.
Okay. Let's show this to the jury if you will. And I believe what you're referencing, can you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And that is line 820. Do you see that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And we see a 8:44:49, and that's a start time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we see the camera turn on, correct?
It shows the camera with the application usage log shows camera. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then below that, at line 822, we see some location data. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And I know you didn't plot every point on this report. Did you plot that particular point?
Yes, sir.
And where was that location?
It was located near a red roofed building on the property on Moselle Road.
Okay. And why don't you write that time down again? It was, I'm sorry, at line 820, just write that time, 8:44:49. You got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's look at line 828. What do you see there, sir?
That shows the end time for the camera at 8:47 p.m.
Okay, write that time down. I think you know what's coming.
Yes, sir.
How long was that camera on?
That camera went, 1 second, let me carry that.
Take your time.
It went for less than a minute,
Okay.
about 50 seconds roughly.
Okay. I'm going to hand this report back to you. look through it and see if you can form an opinion. Starting at, remember the text series we just went through with Megan Kimbrell and the text from Rogan at 8:49:35?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you flip in that report to basically at 8:49?
All right, I have it.
All right. So starting with the outgoing text to Megan, or excuse me, with the red text from Megan, which were read at 48:59. Why don't you go ahead and review the rest of that report? And I want you to tell this jury whether you see anything in that report that would indicate to you that that phone is being actively used by a human being.
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. And you previously testified that Paul's battery was at 2% at approximately 8:49 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
But you testified that the battery actually didn't die until 10:34, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
Almost a little over an hour and a half later, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would that indicate to you, in your opinion, that that phone did anything except for some potential minor movements than just sit in a single location that entire time?
Correct. I see no other movement on there, recorded steps or applications being used, such as social media.
Which brings me to this. We'll show you State's Exhibit 296. Let's see if you recognize this. Sir.
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. All right, and what is that?
This is an Axiom report that I prepared from Magnet Forensics, recording the health database for Paul's phone.
Okay. And at this time, State is moved to enter Exhibit 296.
Remove the previous objection, Your Honor.
This will not be under seal, Your Honor.
Can I see it?
Yes, sir.
Admitted of objection.
All right. So, let's look at a few of these. Okay, I'm going to show you record 43 and 44. Do you see those, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. And what do those two records indicate? Let's try to keep it chronological. So start with 43.
43 shows that the phone recorded 105 steps. Starting time was June 7th, 2021 at 6:54:21 p.m. Ending time is 7:03:49 p.m.
All right. And record 44, what does that indicate?
Record 44 shows that the phone recorded 208 steps. Start time of June 7th, 2021 at 7:14:13 p.m. Ending at 7:22:19 p.m.
All right, record 45, what does that indicate?
Record 45 shows steps recorded on the phone of 139 starting June 7th, 2021 at 7:25:03 p.m. and ending at 7:34:47 p.m.
Record 46, what does that indicate?
Record 46 shows the phone recorded steps of 171 beginning June 7th, 2021 at 7:35:10 p.m. and ending at 7:41:43 p.m.
Record 47, what does that indicate?
Record 47 shows steps recorded on the phone of 89 beginning June 7th, 2021 at 7:45:27 p.m. and ending at 7:55:11 p.m.
All right, can you see record 48?
Yes, sir. It says steps were recorded on the phone of 140. Start time is June 7th, 2021 at 8:55 p.m. and ending at 8:21:45 p.m.
Okay. And record 49, what does that say?
Record 49 indicates that 283 steps were recorded by the phone beginning June 7th, 2021 at 8:32:25 p.m. and ending at 8:42:11 p.m.
All right. All right. And there's a couple entries after this, but chronologically, I'm going to have you review this. They occurred prior to 8:42, correct?
Yes, sir, they do.
And we'll show those to the jury real quick. All right. Record 50 and 51, what times did those steps occur at? Excuse me.
Record 50, the time started was June 7th, 2021 at 8:05:46 p.m. and ending at 8:15:24 p.m. Record 51 shows starting time of June 7th, 2021 at 7:55:44 p.m. and ending at 8:05:28 p.m.
So, chronologically speaking, those two events occurred prior to record 49, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
We'll go back to record 49. I'm going to hand the report back to you. As you testified, those steps ended at 8:42 and 11 p.m., correct? Record 49.
Yes, sir, correct. They ended at 8:42:11 p.m.
All right, and I'll give you a moment to review your report if you'd like. Were any other steps recorded on Paul's phone after 8:42:11 p.m.?
No, sir, I did not see any that were out of order.
So after 8:42:11 p.m., did Paul's phone move it to any significant degree, in your opinion? Or was it walked anywhere to any significant degree, in your opinion?
In my opinion, I did not see any steps recorded on the phone, so it was not in motion or somebody moving it or holding it and moving.
Now, you testified that the steps aren't necessarily 100% accurate, correct?
Correct.
So is it possible the phone moved a short distance during that time, correct?
Correct.
And a few steps may or may not have been recorded if the phone had been moved after 8:42:11, correct?
Correct. It's possible.
But in your opinion, was that phone walked anywhere any significant amount of distance?
No, sir, I did not see any recordings of that.
And it's tough to quantify significant, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I'm not going to ask you to give us a precise number, because do you know a precise number?
No, sir, I do not.
But in your opinion, can that phone move a short distance and not record steps?
Yes, sir. Since it's not 100% accurate, you may have one or two steps that don't get recorded. Usually, if it's a large amount of steps, if you're 15, 20, 30 steps, it's going to record that.
Okay. All right. We're getting to the end here. One quick thing I want to go back and cover. Let's talk about Maggie's phone real quick. And you previously testified that you saw that orientation change on Maggie's phone between 9:06. It starts at 9:06:12 p.m. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And it ends at 9:06:20 p.m. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that indicated, you previously testified, that someone had that phone in their hands during that time. Correct?
Yes, sir.
However, you also testified that there is one other possibility that could explain how a orientation change could record on a phone, correct?
Yes, sir. If it fell like down steps or something like that, it was on.
Okay. And you also, I believe, testified that if a phone tumbles end over end in some way, that could potentially record orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir. If the phone's on and
Don't leave the witness.
If a phone falls and tumbles end over end, could it potentially record an orientation change?
if the phone is on and unlocked, it can record the orientation change.
If the phone is thrown and tumbles end over end, could it record an orientation change?
It would be hard to do if it's off. If the screen display is off and it's not unlocked, it would be hard to record that.
In theory, it is possible.
In theory, I'm sure it's possible, yes, sir.
And in your opinion, is that likely?
Usually when phones, if you're holding a phone, you take your phone, unless you move it, if you take your phone and it's sideways and you lay it down on the table, it's not going to record an orientation change. If it's in portrait mode and you set it straight down and don't turn it over the end, it's not going to record the change. But it is possible.
In your opinion, if someone throws a phone with no other manipulation, could it be thrown a short distance without recording an orientation change?
Yes.
All right. Now, one thing we haven't talked about with Maggie and Alex's phone is one other review you've done of these phones is those phones have a lot of photographs and videos on them, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And you've reviewed, I don't know if you've reviewed them all, but have you reviewed a substantial portion of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you find anything on Maggie or Alex's phone that was relevant to the investigation on, at least on June 7th of 2021?
Yes, sir, I did.
On Maggie or Alex's phone?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, not on Maggie or Alex. It's fine.
Okay. At least in relation to the events of that night, was there anything recorded on Maggie or Alex's phone that was relevant that you found?
As far as video recordings or photograph recordings, no.
Okay. All right. Paul's phone, did you conduct a similar review?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you find anything that you consider relevant to what occurred on the night of June 7th at Moselle?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And in fact, we've already referenced it, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
When we looked at Paul's timeline, we saw an entry of Paul's camera coming on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you wrote the time down, but if you can't find it, we can get the report out again. But what time did that camera come on?
At 8:44:49.
Okay. And how long was that video again?
It was roughly 50 seconds.
And when did that video end?
At 8:45:47.
And you're certain about that?
Yes, sir.
Why are you certain about that?
Because I reviewed the video for looking at the length of the video. It compared it to the length of the camera time that was on. Also, too, there was data recorded in the video because it was taken with the phone. that had GPS coordinates along with a description of the phone that took it.
Okay. And you're telling this jury today that you're certain that that is when that video was recorded on Paul's phone?
Yes, sir.
And as we referenced, when we were looking at that timeline, there's location data associated with that video as well, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
All right. And where did you plot that location data?
It plotted to Moselle Road to near a building that had a red roof on it.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 297. Do you recognize it, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. What is that?
It is a CD that contains a video. On it, it says Kennel video, has States 297 on there, along with my initials and the date of 1/30/23.
And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what is the contents of that CD?
It is a video I found on Paul Murdaugh's phone. The video looks like inside maybe a kenneled area with a fence around it, and a dog, I believe to be a lab, where he's trying to take a video of the tail of the dog.
Okay. All right. And that's what you see in that video.
Yes, sir.
What do you hear in the video?
You hear 3 different voices in the video. You can tell because they're so different, you can tell that they're different voices.
All right. Now, are any of those voices known personally to you?
No, sir, they are not.
Okay. This time, State would move to enter Exhibit 297 into evidence.
The previous objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted over objection.
All right. And at this time, the State's going to publish that video. It is not under seal.
Get up. Get up. Quick, Cash. Come on. Quick. It's okay. Come here. Come here. Shit. Post it. Get it.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
Hey, brother.
It's a guinea.
There's a chicken.
Come here, Bob.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bob.
Cash. Quick.
What time was that video recorded again, Lieutenant Dove?
The camera begins at 8:44:49 p.m.
And ends when?
at 8:45:47 p.m.
Nothing further from the State.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Lieutenant Dove. My name is Philip Barber. I represent Mr. Murdaugh.
Good morning.
I'd like to get to a timeline as soon as possible, but first I want to go over just a few things we've been talking about. We talked about reading text messages when they're sent and when they're read.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible to see the contents of a text message without it being marked read?
Yes, sir, it is.
And how would that be?
If you have a notification on your phone on the lock screen that would show a text message, depending on how long the text message is, you could see the text message and read most of the content without actually opening it and reading the message.
And we talked about the battery on Paul's phone. It was down to 2% when that last text message was marked as read. Is that correct?
It was in that time frame, yes, sir.
And is it reasonable that someone whose battery is down to 2% might curtail their use of the phone?
It is possible, yes, sir.
We've talked a lot about orientation changes, and I think there was some discussion right before we saw that video about orientation changes, and I think we should go into some detail about exactly what that means. So, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 38. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do. It appears to be part of the Knowledge Seed database with some tables changed up because it's so large to make it more readable.
A Knowledge Seed database for whose phone?
At the top it says Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
And you talked about the Knowledge Seed database a little bit yesterday, but maybe just to refresh, what is that? Knowledge
Seed database is a rather good-sized database. It records a lot of information inside your phone. It can be orientation changes. It can be whether a phone's plugged in to a wall, to a car. It can record such things as applications, if they're launched sometimes in there. It's a variety of things. It can record battery. It's part of the Power Log too, where it'll record the battery usage as far as the percents.
Your Honor, at this time, a defendant would offer Exhibit 38 into evidence.
Says stated.
No objection.
It's admitted without objection.
Please publish to the jury. And can we go to the last page? And, sir, if you please turn to the last page.
Yes, sir.
This is not a list of everything in Knowledge C, correct?
Correct.
This is just showing orientation changes.
Correct.
And is this showing all the orientation changes in this database in Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
For the time frame that it's set up, as far as June 3rd, 2021, it ends on June 7th, 2021.
You know if Maggie Murdaugh's phone had any orientation changes in the Knowledge C database before June 3rd?
Nothing that I remember seeing.
If we turn to the very last orientation change, do you see that? It has date recorded 9:06 and 22 seconds?
Yes, sir, I do.
And that's on June 7th?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is that the last orientation change before the phone was recovered by law enforcement the next day?
According to what I looked at, that's the last one I saw.
And where was the phone recovered?
I'm not exactly sure. I wasn't at the scene. I know it was not recovered near the Kennel area, but exactly where, I wasn't there, so I'm not sure.
I mean, are you aware that it was recovered from the side of the road into the woods about 15 feet?
I've heard that, but like I said, I was not on scene, so I can't say 100% I was there to see it.
What I want to ask about here is we have 3 different dates and times for this one orientation change, and I just want to understand what each one means. So the first one, date recorded, which is at 9:06 and 22 seconds, what does that mean?
That's when it recorded the orientation change.
So would that mean that that's when this line was written in the database?
Yes, sir.
So the start time for an orientation change, what does that mean?
It's when it started to record that the orientation change was happening.
Okay, and then I see the end time would be when it ended 8 seconds later, correct?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean for an orientation change to take 8 seconds?
That it was in that position.
So is it taking 8 seconds to go from portrait to landscape?
No, sir. It's recording that it was in that. It did not show that it changed. If it's in portrait, it didn't show that it changed from portrait to landscape or from landscape to portrait. It shows it was in that position for that period of time.
Okay. So, and then over here, this number, there's numbers that are 0 and 1. 0 would be landscape and 1 would be portrait, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
So we have here, this is the last orientation change before it's recovered, and we have a start time and an end time of 12 seconds to 20 seconds.
Yes, sir.
And do you recall that there was an incoming phone call in that time period?
Yes, sir. There were incoming phone calls around the 9:04, 9:05, and I think at 9:08 also, or a text message around then.
Do you recall that there was a phone call between 9:06 and 12 seconds and 9:06 and 20 seconds?
Yes, sir, I believe there was.
And who was that call from?
It was from Alex Murdaugh.
So during the period of this orientation change, there's an incoming call from Alex Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
And so during this period, the screen is on, correct?
The screen would light up once the call's made, yes, sir.
And it's ringing, correct?
I'm assuming it would be yes, sir.
Okay. We'll come back to that when we try to flesh out a little bit of a timeline. The next thing I wanted to ask you about I will show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 41. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir. This is another table from the Knowledge C database.
It's actually, isn't it the same table, sir?
Well, it's part of the same table. It's actually the other one contained the orientation. This one contains apps.
And this one contains, well, let me ask this. When you, under stream name, do you see Siri UI?
Yes, sir, I
And
do.
do you understand what that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Murdaugh would offer Defendant's Exhibit 41 into evidence, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
It's admitted.
And publish, please. So this looks similar, and we see that it says Siri, and there's things that say begin and end. What does UI mean?
It stands for user interface.
And so we see here the user interface is starting and stopping at these various times. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what, on Maggie's phone, what would typically trigger the Siri user interface?
It could be several different things. If it's set up with Siri where there's a word that you say, you know, Siri or whatever you choose to say, it could activate it when it's listening. It could be hit the button, the power button to activate it. It could be several different things.
And hitting the button, is the button on the side of the phone?
Yes, sir.
If that's pressed and held for a couple of seconds, it comes on?
Yes, sir.
And I want to turn, do you know who a man named Al Johnson is in relation to this case?
Yes, sir, I do.
And who is he?
He is a private investigator that does digital forensics, retired from the FBI.
And did he do work on this case?
Yes, sir, I believe he did.
Okay. Did he do analyses of the phones in this case?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen those analyses?
I've not seen his completed reports, no, sir.
Okay. Have you seen his Axiom reports?
I have not seen all his Axiom reports, no, sir.
Let me ask this. When you looked at the steps and the time periods for the steps on Maggie's phone, Paul's phone, well, let's just talk about Maggie's phone and Alex's phone. Did the steps after 9 o'clock, say, did they ever go together? Were there steps happening on Alex's phone at the same time as Maggie's phone?
I would have to look at the two reports because I looked at them singly, so I would have to put them together to compare them.
Okay, well, let's find them. This morning. 284 and 290. 284 and 290. And marked as states 284. It is 284. Oh, it's been admitted as states 290. And sir, just to understand the question, is there anything indicating that Maggie's phone and Alex's phone were moving together in those reports?
Let me look to see, compare the times. No, sir, it doesn't appear so.
Okay. If the same person had had both phones on them and one of the phones was recording a significant number of steps, would you expect to see the same number of steps or something very similar on the other phone?
I would expect to see steps on both phones, yes, sir.
And you would expect to see those steps over about the same time period?
Yes, sir. Give or take a minute or two for entry in the database.
And then you would roughly expect to see the same number of steps on each phone?
Yes, sir, within a few.
Are you familiar with a timeline prepared by a special agent, and I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, Rudovsky, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you assist with the preparation of that timeline?
I reviewed it early on. I have not reviewed anything in the last week or two on it.
Well, let me ask about that. Early on, but not within the last week or two, that the case has been investigated, since 21. So were you assisting with that until a couple of weeks ago?
He provided me copies of it previously when it was in a working draft copy, just to verify that he was interpreting the information from my reports onto it correctly.
And now turning to Alex Murdaugh's vehicle, it was a Chevy Suburban, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you do any work regarding the electronics in that vehicle?
No, sir.
You had no involvement in anything with that vehicle?
As far as processing the data, no, sir. I just took the items or receipts from the vehicle, as far as the infotainment center, and prepared them and sent them to the FBI to be processed.
Have you ever seen any of the results from the FBI processing?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. So now I want to turn and start going through some of the text messages on Maggie's phone. We will. Maybe a little hard to read. Sir, but do you recognize what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 54?
It appears to be a report for iMessages, SMS, and MMS messages.
And is this a report you prepared?
No, sir, I don't recognize this report.
Are you certain about that, sir? This was produced in the extractions. This is the Axiom report with bookmarked.
Yes, sir, but I did not prepare it like this.
It's a web page on the computer, correct, sir?
Yes, sir, it's an HTML page.
And then this is just a printout of that.
It says print this page at top, so I would assume that it is, yes, sir.
Sir, can you read under source? Say on the third entry.
On the third entry of source? Yes, sir.
Do you see where it says CCRED and then it says Red Network Local and then slash and root and Dove, your name? Do you recognize any of that?
Yes, sir. That's the file path for our evidence server where this item, the extraction, is contained.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Defendant's Exhibit 54 into evidence.
No objection.
So admit.
So this is, can we please publish? And could we zoom in so that the left side of the screen is a little larger? Zoom in so the left side of the screen is larger and visible to the jury. That's good. Now, Lieutenant Dove, the times in the time column here are UTC, so we'll need to subtract 4 hours from them. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and this is a listing of text messages that Maggie Murdaugh sent or received?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. So the second entry there, what's the time for that message?
The time it shows the message sent time is June 7th, 2021. It shows it at 7:55:26 p.m., but to correct it to Eastern Standard Time at that point would be 3:55:26 p.m. That's with -4 UTC.
Okay, and is this incoming or outgoing message?
This records it as a message that was sent.
And does this message say, well, can you read the message?
It says, TY, I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I have to leave door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in hospital. The last doctor claims no cancer, it's pneumonia.
Okay, and does this continue on to 3? Well, let's just continue. Could you read number 3?
Yes, it's hard to tell where it separates on this report, but there's 2 emojis, and it says, Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Alex needs to take care of himself as well.
And what was the time on that one?
That text message was June 7th, 2021. It shows it at 7:57:16 p.m. To correct to UTC -4 would be 3:57:16 p.m.
And then if we come down to number 5, that's an incoming message from Mr. Murdaugh, isn't it? That we looked at before.
Yes, sir.
And what does it say?
It says, how's your doctor appointment, or APPT?
And if we go to the second page, and number 6 there, is that an outgoing message?
It shows it as a received and read message.
Okay. And what does it say?
It says, yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they can treat Mr. Randolph at least to make him comfortable.
Now the next one, number 7, is that a reply to the how was your doctor visit message?
Yes, sir, it appears so.
And what does it say?
Waiting as usual.
And number 8, is that an outgoing message?
It is a sent message, yes, sir.
And what does it say?
It says, I'm scared for him and Alex and all of us.
Okay. In the context of these text messages, do you understand that to be referring to Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's medical condition?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what's the time on that?
That time is June 7th, 2021. It shows at 8:06:43 p.m. To correct it to -4 UTC would be at 4:06:43 p.m.
Okay. And number 9, what does that, is that incoming or outgoing?
It shows it as a received and read text message.
Okay. And what does this text message say?
It says, I know, just pray about it and hope he gets a little better. Alex and you really need to relax. Always being on the go with little to no sleep is not healthy. Remember that I have a doctor's appointment in the morning in Beaufort. If I get done early, I will go to Moselle. I'll let you know.
Okay, let's skip down to page 4, which I believe will be our next message from Mr. Murdaugh. And we're looking at number 18. Is this an incoming message from Mr. Murdaugh?
I believe the juror raised his hand.
Yes, Mr. Honor. We're having a little difficulty seeing this. If they could blow it up just a little bit, just a little smaller, please.
Can't see the small print.
If we could make the message text in particular with the date. Yeah.
Proceed.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to please ask the jury if they can now see.
Is there anyone who cannot see?
Thank you, Your
Proceed.
Line 18, who is this text message from?
The text message, it shows the client or the chat ID is 1-803-942-1227.
Is that Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
And what is the time of this message?
The time of this message is June 7th, 2021, 11:05:55 p.m. To correct to minus UTC is going to be 7:05:55 p.m.
And what does the message say?
Paul says you were getting petty. Call when you get done.
And there are 2 exclamation marks after petty, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
Showing some, and petty, you would understand here to mean pedicure?
Yes, sir. To the best of my knowledge, it is.
Now, number 20 would be the next text message from Mr. Murdaugh, and what is the time on that?
The time on that, on the paper, it's June 8th, 2021 at 1:08:58 a.m. To correct the time to minus 4 UTC would make the day June 7th, 2021 at approximately 9 o'clock, 9:08:58 p.m.
And what does this one say?
Going to check on M, be right back.
And then finally, number 21, I'll just ask, is this at 9:47 and 23 seconds p.m.?
Yes, sir, once it's corrected for the UTC.
And what does this say?
It says, call me, babe.
And who is it from?
It's from the same phone number of 1-803-942-1227, and that phone number is for Alex Murdaugh.
Ask about that 908 text message, because I think the state talked about that a bit. Let me ask this. Do you know when that text message was actually displayed on Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
I would have to check the report to see if it actually shows the display time or when it recorded in the log. But I believe it was the 9:08 mark.
Come back to that. Let's talk now a bit about the timeline from about 8:50 p.m. to 9:08. Right, very narrow and get into some real detail on it. And if I could have an easel. I'm going to ask about some times, and you may need to refer to the reports. If so, let me know, and I'll bring them up.
Yes, sir.
And I'm really talking, well, let's first just talk about Paul's phone. We established that it locked at 8:49 and 1 second. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it did not unlock again.
Correct.
And it was at 2% battery.
Yes, sir.
So we don't really know much about what happened after that time from his phone, do we?
Just what was recorded in the logs.
Was anything recorded in the logs after 8:49 and 1 second?
Yes, sir. It's still showing that it was some activity going on as far as like GPS coordinates, things of that manner.
When was the last activity?
I would-
Well, let me rephrase that. When was the last activity indicating human use of the phone?
Was the time that it was locked.
Okay, and so we don't know what the person with the phone was doing after that. We can't tell from the phone, can we?
I can't tell if a person was using the phone. It doesn't appear so. But the phone, because it was still on, was still running things in the background.
Okay. Now I'm going to talk a lot about Maggie's phone. So on Maggie's phone, was the display off from 8:49 and 28 seconds to 8:53 and 8 seconds?
That sounds right. I'd have to verify it with the report to be 100%.
Okay, do you have the report on hand?
No, sir, I don't.
I've just handed you what's been marked, it's been admitted as stage 283, which is the timeline report for her phone.
Yes, sir.
So is that correct, that time period for display off?
Could you repeat the time so that I can verify it, please?
Okay, it is 8:49 and 28 seconds is the display goes off. Is that correct?
Give me 1 second to get to it. 8:49 and 28 seconds?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so it shows that that's the end time of the display on.
Is there an orientation change at that time, too?
It shows an orientation change at 8:49, 28 seconds, goes to landscape. So there is the same time.
And 2 seconds later, is the phone locked?
It said 8:49, 31 p.m. It shows the start time of being locked.
Okay. Our next event at 8:53:08, does the display come back on?
Yes, sir, it does.
The phone is still locked, but the screen is on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's what it's showing.
And is there an orientation change at 8:53 and 12? 4 seconds after the screen came on.
Yes, sir, it goes to portrait.
And we have in this, kind of starting at this time period, starting at 8:53:15, with Apple Health, don't we have her walking some distance?
Yes, sir, I believe so. I believe it recorded some steps then. I would have to refer to that report.
Please do.
Yes, sir. It starts at 8:53:15 p.m., recording 59 steps, and ends at 8:55:32.
Do you have any way to know the distance that covered?
No, sir. It just says it recorded 59 steps, and then it shows on there a duration in minutes, which is approximately 2.29.
Is the distance, is it on the phone? Is it available to be found?
As far as distance, as far as in yards or
Meters.
I have seen it in meters, yes, sir.
Okay, so that information has been recovered, how many meters those steps covered?
Yes, sir. When we extracted the information, it would have been part of that.
And was that 31 1/4 meters?
I would have to look at, it's not on this report, on the accident report, it doesn't put it down in meters, it just does it in feet. I would have to look at one of the other reports or look at the extraction to know exactly how many meters it is, but it does record in meters.
And at the end of that walking period, or about 4 seconds before, when does the screen turn off next?
I show a display off at 8:53:28 is the start time of that. And then the next display off is at 8:53:44 p.m.
Well, let's stick with the 8:53:28, it went off, correct?
Yeah, so that shows the start time of it being off.
And did it come back on 4 seconds after that?
Yes, sir. It comes on at 8:53:32 p.m.
Now, the exhibit I previously showed you about Siri. When's the last activation of the user interface for Siri?
The last one shows that it started on June 7th, 2021 at 8:53:20 p.m.
Okay, so it's during this period of walking.
Yes, sir.
And we covered previously that holding the side button can trigger that.
It's one of the things, yes, sir, that could trigger that.
Now, the screen had gone off at 8:54:32. Is that correct?
At 8:54:32 was the end time of the display off.
I apologize. 8:53:44 it came on, correct? The display went off, and then it went back on at 8:55:04. Is that correct?
Let's see. I show display off starts at 8:53:44. It ends at 8:55:32. Display on at 8:55:32 is when it starts with the display on. And then it shows that ending at 8:55:04.
So at 8:55:32, the display comes on, and 2 seconds later is a camera application used.
At 8:55:32?
At 8:54:32, the screen comes on.
Yes, sir.
2 seconds later, the camera is activated. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was the camera activated from the lock screen? In other words, the phone was not unlocked to get to the camera.
It doesn't appear that there's an unlock sequence, but I would imagine not, just based off of that I don't see the unlocking.
Is there metadata in the Knowledge C database that would allow you to determine whether this was activated from the lock screen?
There may be. I've never looked that far into it to see if that's there.
So the screen comes on, the camera's activated. It stays on for how long?
It comes on at 8:54:34 and goes off at 8:54:35, so approximately 1 second.
Okay. And we're still in that walking period, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, 5 seconds later, we have an orientation change.
The orientation change to landscape begins at 8:54:40. Yes, sir, approximately 5 seconds.
So in a space of 6 seconds, correct that, 8 seconds, screen came on, camera opened, closed, and then orientation change. So a lot happened in that 8 seconds.
I don't know that the camera came on. I know that it was showed an application usage log. Whether somebody activated the camera to use it or not, I don't know that.
And then when did the display go off?
It shows display off at 8:55:04 p.m.
Okay. And there was an orientation change then too, correct?
Yes, sir. It went to portrait.
And did the display come on again shortly thereafter, 28 seconds later?
Yes, sir, at 8:55:32 p.m.
And then it went off and it stayed off until 9:03, correct?
Let me find the end time for that display off. Yes, sir, the display went off at 9:03:52 p.m.
So, and then what we would have after that would be some incoming calls that go unanswered until we get to that orientation change at 9:06. Is there anything else happening on the phone?
There's other things that are recorded in the logs, because it will record in the logs that it received a phone call. So you get that, you get the phone calls in there.
And
It
the
shows,
phone call, when was that?
it shows a phone call at 9:04:23 p.m.
And I think we had previous testimony that that was from Alex Murdaugh, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And then we have the final orientation change at 9:06 and 12, which has a start time of 9:06 and 12 and an end time of 9:06 and 20, correct?
Yes, sir. That's when it, orientation changes to portrait.
And in that time period, we have another call from Alex Murdaugh, correct?
Yes, sir, at 9:06:14 p.m.
And then another one coming in at 9:06:51. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And then the display after that goes off.
Yes, sir, it goes off at 9:07:00 p.m.
And that text message we talked about earlier at 9:08:58, did the screen come on when that came in? Or did it stay off?
It looks like when the display off ended was at 9:31:44 p.m.
Is that when that text message was actually delivered?
It shows text message received on the phone at 9:08:58 p.m.
But the screen did not come on until 9:31.
Correct.
We mentioned who had seen the vehicle. Well, let's strike that. We talked about Alex Murdaugh's steps. Did he have a period of walking that went from about 9:02 to 9:06 and 47 seconds?
I would have to refer to that report. I'm sorry, could you give me the times on that again?
It's about 9:02 time period. It ends at 9:06 and 47 seconds.
Yes, sir. It shows that the phone recorded 283 steps.
Do you recall from the report you got from the FBI about this vehicle, if anything was recorded happening on his vehicle at 9:06 and 48 seconds?
I don't remember. I remember looking at the report, but I haven't studied that report, so I don't know.
You don't recall that the report shows that the car engine was started at that time?
I would have to look at that report. Like I said, I looked at the report when it first came back, but I have not studied that report because that was not part of what I examined.
Was information from that report included in the timeline you assisted Agent Dolsky with?
Yes, I believe it was.
If you were to look at that timeline that the agent prepared, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes, sir. I could look at it and see what their report says.
It's a copy of his timeline report. You recognize that that's what it is?
Yes, sir. That's what it appears to be. Are you wanting me to look for the vehicle
Yes,
information on it?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. This is what's going to be a state's exhibit. The state does not object if we just go ahead and admit it as a defense exhibit at this point. But I don't know if what Mr. Barber's intention is.
Your Honor, I was using this to refresh the witness's recollection.
What is the
612.
objection? What is the objection?
If he's going to review that, the state would ask that it be marked and admitted. As this is not a report personally prepared by Lieutenant Dove.
Would you like to have it admitted as a state's exhibit or defense exhibit?
I'm happy to admit it as a defense exhibit, Your Honor. It's not pre-marked, however.
Yeah, admitted as a defense exhibit.
You need to mark it before. Okay.
That's 60.
I'm handing you back what's now been marked as defense exhibit 60, which will make this a lot quicker and easier. Did you find what we were talking about?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when did Mr. Murdaugh's car start?
According to this timeline that's been prepared, it looks like it starts at 9:06:48 p.m.
And that is a second after the end of that period of walking around.
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to describe that period of walking around as Mr. Murdaugh walking to his car?
I can just say the phone recorded steps. I can say what this report has as far as the vehicle information. Now, whether somebody was walking to their car, from their car, or just walking around an area, I can't say because I wasn't there. But I can just say what the information contained on there.
Did his phone connect to the Bluetooth system in his car?
I did not find connections during that time frame.
Did you look at his car? I apologize. Did the FBI find a connection to the system in his car, not on his phone?
I don't see it in this section that talks about the vehicle stuff for the 906 period.
Come back to that in a second. If a phone were thrown from the window of a moving car going down a country road, would you expect, and the screen was on at that time because there's an incoming call, would you expect to see an orientation change?
Depends on how it was thrown, but if it was just thrown end over end, then I would expect the orientation change.
Okay. And this phone was recovered on the side of the road. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
About 15 feet. We've had testimony about that in some brush on the side of a country road. Not so far from Mr. Murdaugh's house, but a half mile or so at least. If that would make an orientation change, and that was the last orientation change ever on the phone until it's recovered is 9:06 and 12 seconds to 9:06 and 20 seconds, is it reasonable to believe that is it being thrown out the window to its final resting place before it is recovered?
It's hard for me to say. I can just testify about what the information's on the phone. If it's somebody throws, there's different way to throw things. You can throw things end over end, straight. You can throw it sideways. You can take and toss something is considered a throw. It's hard for me to say that because depending on how it's thrown, what it hits when it tumbles or to the ground or how it lands could cause different things to happen.
Based on the information in front of you, would it be possible for the person who's cranking that car at 9:06 and 48 seconds to be throwing it from that car while it's moving at 9:06 and 12 to 20 seconds?
Anything's possible.
If
I don't
the person
know.
driving were Alex Murdaugh because he's having to walk for a few minutes before he gets in the car, right?
I don't know how he throws things, how he handles things, so it'd be hard for me to say how they would do that.
So what I'm asking is if he walked from 9:02 until the second before he gets in the car and cranks it, and that is it looks like 30 seconds after the phone is thrown on the side of the road a half mile away, can he be in two places at once?
I don't know that was the time the phone was thrown. I know that's the time the orientation change occurred. Now, that does not mean that the phone was thrown at that moment. It's hard for me to say.
Certainly. It is possible that it was a random orientation change and somebody throws the phone out of the moving car going down this country road, lands in some brush 15 feet off the road by some miracle golf frisbee shot. But you would expect you throw the phone out the window like that, you'd get an orientation change if the screen is on.
If it's thrown like you described, with it being thrown like a golf frisbee kind of throw, I don't expect the orientation change because it could land flat.
So, but that would be unusual, wouldn't it? That you could throw it from a moving car, it could land 15 feet in the woods and not ever bounce, not once, in a way that would cause an orientation change.
I've never tested throwing a phone out the window to see what the orientation change looks like. Like I said, I can just testify to what is in the records on it.
And at the time, if this is when it's thrown, at that very moment, there's an incoming call from Alex Murdaugh. The screen's lit up with his name on it. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it would be reasonable that if somebody had taken the phone, they see it starts to ring with his name on it, they might chuck it out the window.
It is possible if they see that, yes, sir.
That would be consistent with all the information on the cell phones, would it not?
It's consistent, the information on the cell phones, whether somebody who saw the number coming in or they even saw the number coming in, I can't say because I was not there.
I understand. You were not there. And the question is really, your review of these records, is that not just consistent, but reasonably consistent, something that would make sense to you, that is one reasonable possibility consistent with what you see on these phones.
If somebody was holding the phone and they saw a number come in, they didn't want to answer or didn't want, then to throw it, that is a possibility, yes, sir.
And that the last orientation change before law enforcement finds it in the woods on the side of the road the next day recorded when it was tossed out the window.
I can't say that. I can
that
just
would be
say that
reasonable.
there's an orientation change. I cannot say that's when the phone was thrown that caused that change to portrait.
And at the time, and at less than 30 seconds after that, Alex Murdaugh, well, at that time, he's walking, isn't he? He's not in a car.
The phone recorded steps in the time frame.
And you have testified on direct that if you're riding in a car, it's not going to record steps.
Correct.
So he's not in a car at that time.
I can't say where he was or wasn't. I wasn't there. I can just say what the phone recorded, whether it recorded
That's
steps
fair.
or not.
The person in possession of his phone was not in a car at that time, 9:06 and 12 seconds.
I can just say the phone, that somebody had the phone and it recorded steps.
Right. And you also would have testified that if you're in a car, it would not record steps.
Correct. If you put it in a cup holder and ride around in a car, it's not going to record the steps.
So if this phone were in a car at 9:06 and 12 seconds, it would not record any steps.
Correct.
And it in fact did not record steps at that time.
At what time it ended, that's the time, the last ones I see with the steps on that time
I
frame.
mean, it did record steps at that time.
Yes, sir.
So the person who had Alex Murdaugh's phone was walking at this 9:06 and 12 seconds time because it's recording steps.
Yes, sir. Somebody was holding the phone and recording
And
steps.
he's also calling his wife in this time period.
Yes, sir. There are phone calls.
He's walking and calling his wife, and his car is about to crank a second after he stops walking, which really does seem like he's getting into the car.
That's what it would appear with the times, but like I said, all I can testify to is what the information is on the devices.
Did Alex Murdaugh have the code to unlock Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
I don't know. I've been told he did. I was provided the code when I received the phone.
So, you don't really have any, you can't really testify as to why he would take his wife's phone, I guess the state alleges, and throw it out the window of his car half a mile from his house?
No, sir. I have no idea why people are thinking or do things they do.
And we've previously established that his phone and Maggie's phone were not, when he's walking, they're not walking together. Is that correct?
Correct. There are no steps recorded on the devices together.
So he's walking without her phone. Her phone does an orientation change while he's walking without her phone. Is that correct?
I can just say both devices were not recording steps at the same time.
And they're not recording steps at the same time, and he's walking at 9:06:12.
Correct.
Therefore, hers is not recording steps at 9:06:12.
Correct.
So his phone is walking, hers is not. At the time, her phone has this final orientation change before it's found on the side of the road.
Yes, sir.
And in your 20-some years experience in law enforcement, that doesn't make it seem reasonable to you that that the person who had Alex's phone did not also have Maggie's phone at 9:06:12?
It appears the phones were not together being moved by the same person because they were not recording steps.
I'm going to switch off of timeline a little bit and ask, were you aware of a cellular logical extraction of Alex's phone that was conducted on June 10th?
I have been told there was one conducted, yes, sir.
Did you ever receive that?
I received a copy of it several months back.
Okay. Well, did you receive it after you did the full file extraction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there was really not, it wasn't very useful to you at that point, was it?
No, sir. I was working off of my extraction because I was able to obtain the full file system, which gives me more information than an advanced logical would do.
Turn to Maggie's phone and the recovery of that. You testified earlier. Is it your understanding it was recovered in the afternoon of the day after June 8th?
My understanding is it was recovered June 8th. The approximate time it was recovered or time frame, I'm not 100% sure of.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 42.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize this form?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It is our evidence intake form for the Computer Crime Center.
Okay. Your Honor, Mr. Murdaugh would offer this as Defendant's Exhibit 42 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted without objection.
Is this the intake form for Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Could we please publish Exhibit 42? While they do that, what's the date on this form?
The date on the form is June 9th, 2021.
Is that when her phone came to you?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't have it from on the same day they recovered it. It was the next day.
Correct.
On this form, do you see where it says subject's name? What does subject's name mean?
It's just the name of a subject, whether it be a victim, a witness, a suspect, anything else that would be provided by the investigator for.
And here where it says subject name unknown, would you understand that to mean the subject to be the person who committed the homicide?
No, sir. Like I said, it's just a subject name. We get them that are witnesses. Some are victims. Some are suspects. It's just a subject's name.
Well, down here under keywords, do you see where it says urgent request and it's ticked yes?
Yes, sir.
And then what's the reason for that request?
It says unknown suspect.
And again, given that this is a homicide, doesn't this indicate that at this time they're saying that we don't know who committed this homicide and there's some urgency about looking at the victim's phone?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to stick with Maggie's phone, but really quickly, I want to just quickly turn to Paul's. Show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 46. Recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It is an evidence intake form for the Computer Crime Center at SLED.
Your Honor, offer Defendant's 46 in evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Lieutenant Dove, is this the intake form for Paul's phone?
I believe it to be so, yes, sir.
Which you got on August 13. I believe we had testimony on that.
Yes, sir.
Is it an urgent request?
No, sir, it's not checked, yes or no.
Is there anything written on here that indicates that the subject is unknown?
No, sir, the subject line is blank.
I'm going to turn back to Maggie's phone. Do you recognize this one?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
It's an examination worksheet for mobile devices.
And this is for Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this as a plaintiff's, Mr. Murdaugh's exhibit number 43.
No objection.
It's admitted.
This has, let's just ask this. When did you perform the full file system extraction on Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
Well, June 16th, 2021.
And that was 8 days after it was recovered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And why was there an 8-day delay?
I attempted to process it, was only able to get a partial extraction originally from the device. It would not process fully with the iOS and the model of that phone. I did do an advanced logical to get some information off for the investigators since it was an unknown suspect. Then on the 15th of June of 2021, Graykey updated the software, and then I reran it the next day with the updated software to get the full file system.
Is it fair to say that essentially there were some technical difficulties and you were unable to do it for 8 days?
It was just that at the time, Graykey did not support that model in that iOS. It was not difficulties, it just did not support it.
Okay. And during that 8-day period, would anything have been lost on the phone? We've talked a lot about how things can go pretty quickly on some of these tables. Was anything lost during that time?
Some of the location data from GPS systems, since the phone came in airplane mode, could have been overwritten.
And I think we talked before that that's in one of these SQL-like databases called Cache.
Yes, sir.
And I think we even looked at, on the Paul's phone, the timeline, there was the state's attorney pointed out some GPS locations.
Yes, sir.
Was the source of those on the timeline, that was Cache, that was the Cache SQL-like database, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. So now I want to ask you if you recognize this document.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is this?
It's a database. It's tables from a database that denote longitude, latitude, timestamps, accuracy.
And for whose phone?
It says on the top, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone.
And this is from the Cache?
Yes,
database?
sir.
And it's just actually from the same table in the Cache database as was the source in those GPS locations we were looking at on the timeline for Paul's phone?
Yes, sir. They were both cache databases.
What is the strike that, earliest entry on this?
It appears that the first entry is at June 9th, 2021 at 2:51:21 p.m.
So that's 2 days after Maggie Murdaugh was murdered.
Yes, sir.
And it took 8 days to extract her phone.
Yes, sir.
If it had been extracted in 6 days, would we have this data for the night of the murder?
It's possible. It appears it may be. Yes, sir.
That latitude and longitude of the oldest entry, do you know where that is?
No, sir. I would have to plot it to know for sure.
Would you disagree with me if I said that that's a SLED building, given that it's the date?
No, sir. I would say that most of these are probably the SLED Annex building in Columbia.
And it is. Yesterday, you were asking questions about a Faraday bag, and there was some discussion that often there's no real point if it's already in airplane mode. But you said that one difference between removing the SIM card or airplane mode and a Faraday bag is that the Faraday bag would block GPS signals. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If this phone had been placed in a Faraday bag until whatever the breaky issues were could be resolved, would it have preserved GPS data?
It should have. As long as the Faraday bag was not defective and sealed properly, then it should have blocked the GPS.
Okay. And then we would presumably have GPS data going back to 6/7.
Yes, sir. I would imagine so in that time frame. Yes, sir.
I'm begging the court's opens. Apologize, Your Honor. Almost done. I don't think I've offered this into evidence.
Which one was it? That one?
Your Honor, I would offer this as defendant's Exhibit 45.
Is that what you was just looking at? Yeah. No objection.
Submitted without objection.
One, I guess, final question. I said something we would come back to if I can. It's one of the state's exhibits. Do you have 284 there?
Let's see. I have 283. Yes, sir. I have 284.
I'm sorry, and I said
That's okay.
the wrong number, 282. Sorry.
That's okay. I have 283. I have 290, and I have 284 up here.
Okay. Well, I'll find that one, and that will be our last question.
What were you recording it?
282. Handed you what's been entered as State's Exhibit 282.
Yes, sir.
You turn to page 16.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the text message, going to check on them, be right back?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is there anything on there indicating it was delivered around 9:31 p.m.?
It shows the time on here is recorded as June 7th, 2021 at 9:08:58 p.m.
And in the rest of the information around that text message, do you see anything?
Around this particular text message?
Yes, sir.
Just that its status is unread.
Let's see the exhibit. No further questions, Your Honor.
You never.
Your Honor. Mr. Barber asked you about the potentiality of Alex and Maggie's phones being carried at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that there were no steps on Alex's phone at about the 8:55 time frame when we see steps on Maggie's phone, correct?
Correct.
Don't lead the witness.
At 8:55, and we can refer to the report again if you need to. Between 8:53 and 8:55, do you see steps on Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir. I see steps from 8:53 and ending at 8:55.
And do you see any steps after that on Maggie's phone?
No, sir, I do not.
And if you want to pick up Alex's steps report, if you don't mind, look at the exhibit number on the back real quick.
It states Exhibit 290.
And would you look at the steps, the time frame of 8:05 to 9:02 p.m. on June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And do you see any steps on Alex's phone for that entire time period?
From 8:05:35 p.m. to 8:09:52 p.m., it shows 74 steps.
And let me stop you. I think you misspoke. The start time was 8:05 and some seconds p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was the end?
The end for that one was 8:09:52 p.m.
Right. All right. And do you see any steps after that prior to 9:02 on Alex's phone?
No, sir.
And that video was recorded again at what time?
The video was recorded. The camera was started at 8:44:49 p.m.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about this time, these times that Mr. Barber wrote. So this one. And this is the information that Mr. Barber wrote down while he was having you read off some of these events, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at 8:55:04, I believe this was a screen-on event, is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And if you need to look at the original report, that's fine. All right, and then at 8:54, we see another orientation change at 54:40, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then at 9:06:12, we have an orientation change that starts at 9:06:12, correct?
Let me just verify the seconds real quick. At 9:06:12, yes, sir, I see the start of an orientation change to portrait.
Okay, and 2 seconds later, what happens?
I see a call.
And from who?
It's from PA on the report, but that's Alex Murdaugh's phone number.
Ends in 1227?
Yes, sir.
And I believe Mr. Barber asked you, and I can't remember if he wrote it down. What time does the screen turn off? Or is Maggie's phone screen on during that call at 9:06:14? Let me ask you that. You can take a look at the report.
Yes, sir. I see a time ending for the screen on at 9:07:00 p.m. And it looks like the screen started and came on at 9:05:44 p.m.
Okay, so the screen comes on at 9:05, and it turns off when?
It turns off at 9:07:00 p.m.
And when was the next time Maggie's phone screen turns on?
It turns on at 9:31:44 p.m.
All right, between 9:07 At 9:31, Maggie's screen is off, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I think you testified about this, but I'm going to ask you again. If the screen is off, will a phone record a orientation change?
No, sir.
And so Mr. Barber was asking you about the phone being thrown at this 9:06:48 time frame, correct?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, you can't tell us exactly when that phone was thrown, correct?
Correct.
With the information that you recovered from this phone, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
But if that phone had been thrown after 9:07 with the screen off, would you expect to see an orientation change?
No, sir.
If that phone had been thrown at 9:08:58, when that text from Alex comes in to going to see him, if it had been thrown in that time period, would you expect to see an orientation change?
No, sir.
All right, again, I think that's. All right, and let's look at Alex's steps one more time. Do you have his report with you, Andy?
Yes, sir. I do.
Could you hand it to me?
Yes, sir.
This is State's Exhibit 290. Let's look at his steps a little later tonight, real quick. And I'm going to need the Elmo, please. All right, let's look at record 26. This is something we've previously talked about, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's 283 steps between 9:02 and 9:06 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir. It is.
All right, and record 27. What is that? What is indicated in that record, sir?
It shows that the phone recorded 195 steps starting June 7th, 2021 at 9:22:39 p.m. and ended at 9:32:14 p.m.
Okay. Okay, record 28. What does this record indicate, sir?
This record shows steps being recorded by the phone of 60 starting June 7th, 2021 at 9:35:55 p.m. and ending at 9:45:37 p.m.
Okay. So at 9:22, there's 195 steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at 9:35, there's 60 steps, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've testified, we've talked about this quite a bit. You know, a step count, is that something you can 100% rely on as the exact number?
No, sir. It's not 100% accurate.
And Mr. Barber asked you about the phone will record distance as well, correct?
Yes, sir. It can record distance and show it in meters.
All right. And you've already testified that the steps is not always exactly accurate. In your opinion, the distance that's recorded by a phone from steps, is that generally accurate?
No, sir.
All right. And with the distance that the phone records, would that be, in your opinion, more or less accurate than the steps that are recorded?
The distance is recorded, I would consider to be a little less accurate than I would the steps.
All right. Because there's some variables, correct?
Yes, sir.
Such as?
There's different variables about stride length as far as when somebody's walking. Some people stride further than others. Some people, when they walk too, they'll walk faster than that, so they can cover a greater distance in a shorter amount of time, but they're using more steps a lot of times because they're not striding maybe as far.
Okay. But we see 195 steps at 9:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 60 steps at 9:35, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is 60 less or more than 195?
60's less.
And would you expect the distance traveled at 935 to be less than the distance traveled at 922?
I would have no way of knowing. Just depends on if somebody was up walking around versus sitting down. It's just hard to say.
But more steps were taken at 922, correct?
Yes, sir.
Sustained.
Just a couple more things. The defense exhibit, what number is it? The text messages exhibit.
I don't have it.
Defense exhibit 54, please.
Yes, sir. I have a
Oh, you have
copy
it.
of it up here. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. Sir, would you mind bringing this? This is defense exhibit 54. Okay. And I believe Mr. Barber had you read this, but I want to make sure he did. And that's, looks like entry number 2 there on the that we see up on the screen. Can you read that, please?
Yes, sir. It's June 7th, 2021. It's at 7:55:26 p.m., but this is in UTC time. So to go back minus 4 hours to set it to our time zone would be at 3:55:26 p.m.
All right, and that's 3:55 in the afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Of June
That's
7th, correct?
Yes, sir. That's in the afternoon. You subtract 4.
All right, read that text, please.
It says, "T.Y., I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home.
Alex, what?
Wants me to come home. I had to leave door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in hospital. The last doctor claims no cancer, it's pneumonia." And there's some emojis, and it says Alex, but I'm not sure if that's going into the next thread or not.
Let's go to the second page of that, please. We want to make this 100% clear. Sir, can we highlight the time? Actually, go back to the first page, excuse me. All right, and just highlight for us the time on the text entry, the text that he just read, where it says 7:55:26. Can you just highlight 7:55:26, please? There you go. All right, and just want to be 100% clear about this. This is Greenwich Mean Time, correct?
Yes, sir. Or
Also known as-
UTC.
Yes. Also you known as UTC, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is not local time.
Correct.
It's 3:55:26 p.m., correct?
Correct.
All right.
Our time zone.
All right, go to page 2, please. All right, let's read text entry number 6. What time is that in local time? It says 8:03 p.m. What is that in local time?
In local time, I would subtract 4 hours from that. It would be 4:03:14 p.m.
All right. And what does this text say again?
It says, "Yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they are treat Mr. Randolph at least to make him comfortable."
Okay. Let's go now to entry number 8. All right. And again, that's 8:06:43 Universal Time. What is that? Eastern Time?
It would be subtracting 4 hours. It would be at 4:06:43 p.m.
And what does that text message say?
It says, "I am scared for him and Alex and all of us."
All right. It says him. We just read the text at number 6. From the context of this message, who do you think him refers to?
I believe it refers to his father, Mr. Randolph.
But it says she is scared for Mr. Randolph and who?
And Alex and all of us.
Mr. Barber asked you about that camera that came on Maggie's phone, and I believe it was around 8:54 or 8:55. And you can, if you have that report, if you need to look it up real quick, you can.
Yes, sir, I have it. Do you need to know what exhibit number it is?
Yeah, do you want to read it?
It states exhibit 283.
So that camera that came on, can you look at the exact time again at 8? I think it's 8:54 time frame.
Yes, sir. It shows an end time of 8:54:35 p.m.
What was the start time?
It was 8:54:34 p.m.
So that camera was accessed for how long?
1 second.
And I know you testified that from the data you have, you can't say with 100% certainty how that camera was activated, correct?
Correct. It's just showing as an application usage. It could have been that the phone thought it saw something and the camera was activated. It could have been running in the background. For 1 second, it doesn't look like somebody might have touched it to cut it on.
Okay. If it had been someone actually trying to turn on the camera app, would a second of one, let me rephrase that. In your experience and expertise, you've reviewed phone data that shows cameras being turned on that by persons at certain times, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you see a camera activated to be used as a camera, i.e. to take a picture or to take a video, how long is that camera app on generally?
It's usually several seconds to a minute because the camera has to come into focus of the picture it's going to take.
And if a camera app is on for only 1 second, in your opinion, what does that lead you to believe?
Where it's located in the application usage log, and for 1 second, to me, it would indicate that the phone's camera was possibly looking to see if it recognized a face or recognized something that was running in the background.
Okay. If I may have nothing further for this witness.
Further.
Yes, Your Honor. Very, very quickly, on this camera usage, are you familiar with something on the iPhone called Springboard?
Yes, sir.
What is Springboard?
It's usually things that are set that once you touch them, it'll bring it up to focus as far as with applications of different things.
If the metadata, and I try to say this in an understandable fashion, but if Knowledge C had data about that camera app that indicated the usage came from Springboard lock screen, would that tell you anything about how the camera was activated?
If it showed it was coming from the lock screen Springboard, it would mean that on your iPhone, if you look at it, you have at the bottom right corner a little camera there, that you would be hitting that from there.
Okay. Have you checked to see if that metadata is a Knowledge C for this camera event?
No, sir, I didn't review the Springboard metadata.
And we saw when the easel was up, there's kind of a little flurry of activity screen on and off, orientation changes happening right around when this camera usage happened. And if it were coming from the lock screen, if we had some metadata that would show that, which we may well have, could it be that she was trying to take a picture of someone, say a perpetrator?
If for 1 second, it would be to start and stop in 1 second. I would imagine that would be difficult, but could somebody accidentally activate their camera and then shut it off? Yes, sir, that is possible.
And if the perpetrator or perpetrators responded by shooting at her, could that explain why it went off in 1 second and there were a bunch of orientation changes very shortly thereafter?
I would think if somebody went and activated their camera and then they're in fear, they wouldn't think to just shut off the camera.
Right. But if they had their finger on the phone, it could happen, right?
There's a lot of possibilities
Yeah.
could happen, not knowing how a person reacts.
Does the camera app ever store a snapshot of the app? In other words, a screenshot that might have an image, even if you didn't take a picture?
I haven't seen that with the camera stuff. I've seen snapshots be captured of apps running in the background.
But have you looked through the snapshots in this time frame? All the ones on the phone, are they all there?
The ones I look at, I did look at one. The last one from my recollection was a Facebook that was open in the background.
No further questions.
You may step down. You may step down, and ladies and gentlemen, we will break until for an hour and 15 minutes, around 2:35.
too bad. Too bad. I had to find that movie. Right there. I've seen it.
Actually, they're all walking. You got the dog video? The video that shows the Disney?
Did they give us that disc?
They didn't give us the disc.
They didn't.
They didn't give it back.
You know what?
It could be buried in here. I might have laid it on one of these. And I
Is
apologize.
it 2:6? Is it? No, it's 269. That's for another day.
That's it. Here it is.
That's,
297.
oh, wonderful.
It was way up on
Is there a D? You don't mind for TV.
That video? Craig, it's not under seal. So, Kennel video's not under seal.
Yes, I have everything marked.
Did you get all the defense stuff too?
Yes, I grabbed all that and marked it. Okay, so
Sorry, we about to tag out.
Yeah.
I was afraid they weren't going to get through with the game. Not afraid.
oh, was he? I can't see him from where I am.
I was watching it on take too long.
Okay, so I only need to find 296.
What was it?
I don't know.
Oh, you didn't put it down. I asked the guy before we went, "What you lose your house?"
Yeah.
Wrong it is.
Oh. I'm so accustomed to the bailiffs in Richland being so good about grabbing exhibits from people. Okay, I'm going to officially consider these data because Clayton did. So, put that over here. Okay, what did I say I was looking for?
296.
296, okay. Oh, and here it is right now, my pen. Here it is.
Canine after over there thinking he had taken it.
Okay, everything is present and correct, or at least turned into evidence.
You get all the sealed stuff.
I've got a note of everything that's sealed, so at the end of the day we can pull that.
Sounds good. And where's that disc again? Just put it under
Oh,
here.
crap.
What did I do?
It's 290.
Oh, I put it in a box.
But you want that right now? Yep, there you go.
I was just going to go in and then we'd be done.
Yeah, that's fine.
I just want to make sure you guys get everything before I do.
287 was today. I put that in the box.
And I have moved all the text messages into the data file.
Okay.
I mean, the screenshots.
I'll need to find those and just that, a couple pictures of the guns. But I'll let y'all do it.
Keep them straight.
Hey.
Don't let everybody tell you that. I like a cold courtroom. Keeps everybody awake. Jurors don't listen. They can wear clothes.
I know. I tell them that all the time.
Jurors need to stay awake, especially after lunch. That's the easiest time to lose a juror, Haggard, right after lunch.
The guy right there, Harold Daniels, they pulled down his skull. Did you see him?
No.
Skull?
Did
Did he really?
Yep.
I've had that before, though. I'll let y'all work. I just want to say hello.
Greg, let me ask you. Let's see.
I think so. I'll take a picture of one here real quick.
Oh, I love the cold. It can never be too cold. It's just blowing on me.
Yeah, and there's so many people in here, though. There's like, it's hard to want that happen.
It really is. So these are photographs that you're looking at.
Okay.
New box. And thank you. And because they were looking at it at the very end, I just reintegrated everything back in here. I'll pull it out later. I have a list of, I can easily pull it out. Okay, that's my brother.
Oh, that's your brother? You setting up now? I said, you setting up now? Tired of handling it too.
I was going to take over this morning, but they continued with the witness.
Makes sense.
And Tammy had asked that we just continue, that was the only thing, just continue
Yeah.
with the witness.
That makes total sense.
Okay.
She said you could hear you guys talk on the record.
Anything before the jury comes in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from Mr. Murdaugh.
Bring them on.
The jury is present, sir.
Sir, thank you. You may call your next witness. Yes, sir.
State of South Carolina, we're now called Dathan Murdaugh.
I do.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Dathan Brian Murdaugh. Last name is Varnadoe.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Dathan Murdaugh?
Yes, I go by Brian.
Okay. And your rank, sir?
I'm a sergeant.
Sergeant Murdaugh, would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury, please, about Brian Murdaugh, where you're from, your background, a little bit of your family, and how you got in law enforcement?
I'm from right here in Walterboro, South Carolina. I started in the Department of Corrections in 1996. I worked in the Department of Corrections state prison system for 18 years, and now I've been here with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office almost 10.
Okay, and I know you kind of soft. You just pull up and maybe speak in there a little bit if you don't mind, Sergeant. So you worked in the prison system for how long?
18 years.
Okay. And then after that, you came to Colleton?
Yes, I came to Colleton in 2013.
Okay, tell the folks what different areas have you worked in Colleton?
In the Sheriff's Office for about a year, I worked the road. Then in 2014, I went to investigations, primarily gang investigations, and I worked in that area until now present.
Tell them about your training in law enforcement. Y'all go through Criminal Justice Academy?
Criminal Justice Academy.
Periodic. Talk about it a little bit, please.
South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I believe at that time it was 11 weeks. It changes. I was there 11 weeks, and we go through the basic training for law enforcement through the legals, traffic stops, so forth. But and I also have training there in gang investigations. Also, they provide.
And are you married?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
I have 2.
Does your wife work?
Yes.
Where does she work?
Works for the city of Walterboro.
City of Walterboro. Now, if I could please take you back, Sergeant, to June, specifically June 7th of 2021. What was your role with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department that day, please?
I worked investigations during that time also. Of course, the night of this incident, I was off at that time. I was called in later.
And were you on call?
We
Did pretty much everybody get called in?
Yes, sir. All investigators got called in.
And where were you told to respond to? Where did you respond to, Sergeant?
The location on Moselle Road.
4147 Moselle Road?
That's right.
In Colleton County?
In Colleton County.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen, when you were coming up to Moselle, well, first of all, do you remember what entrance, how you went in?
Yes, I went in by the dog kennels, that entrance. Not all the way down. I parked near the roadway and walked in.
Had you been to that residence prior to June 7th when you got there in 2021?
It had been some years when I was on the road. I responded to an alarm call out there one time.
Years prior to this?
Yes.
Did you know where to go when you got there? I mean, what were you instructed to do? Do you know where to go on the property?
I was told that driveway where the dog kennels are. Don't come in where the brick columns are.
I'm going to show you what's marked as stage 303. Sergeant, I've never shown you this before, have I?
No.
Do you recognize this is an aerial view of Moselle and where you responded?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, without objection, 303.
No objection. It's admitted.
And you said you came in the second entrance?
Yes, you want to point to it?
Can you do that?
Right here. I parked somewhere in this area. And I walked the rest of the way.
And Sergeant, you get out of your car and then tell them what you did next.
When I got on scene, there was other emergency vehicles there. Other investigators had beat me there. Pretty much I made contact with my supervisor and asked him what it needed me, what area he needed me in, what he needed me doing.
And who is your supervisor?
Captain Jason Chapman.
And what did he tell you or ask you to do or instruct you to do?
He instructed me to find Mr. Alex Murdaugh and take GSR of his hands, gunshot residue.
Prior to that, did you have an occasion, did you see the bodies of who we all know now or Paul and Maggie? Did you see their bodies?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get close to them or inspect them?
I didn't inspect them. Maybe 10 feet, maybe.
Okay. So you were able to see them from a distance?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
So your captain had instructed that you find Alex Murdaugh and attempt to get a GSR kit, or to take GSR from him?
Administer a kit to, yes, sir.
All right, and I don't think there'll be any objection to this. Tell the folks what is the GSR?
Well, it stands for gunshot residue. The kit itself tests for gunshot residue on the hands is where it's administered to the hands of an individual.
At the Colleton County Sheriff's Department and maybe other places, are you trained in how to collect that from an individual?
Yes, we train in-house.
And
it's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay, pretty simple procedure.
That's right.
Had you taken GSR from a person prior to this?
Yes.
Okay. How many times? You got any idea?
20.
Now, when you got there, how far was the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, from where you were? Where was he? When you were told to go check his hands.
He was, at this time when I saw him, he was behind the yellow tape they had up the backside. It was an area between the sheds or the dog kennels and his home.
Okay. And after the captain had asked you to do that, what'd you do?
I went and got a kit and approached Mr. Murdaugh.
Had you ever seen Alex Murdaugh before that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know him before that night?
Yes.
Okay. Well, can you tell us how you knew him?
I testified as an expert witness in one of his cases.
An expert witness?
Yes.
Is that the gang which you said earlier you're back?
Yes, it had to do with a gang case.
And do you mind what you testified to?
It was some terminology that was used in a phone call, and he wanted, in my area of expertise with gang lingo and gang slang, he wanted me to testify to a statement that was said on a phone call.
So you weren't involved in the actual case?
No.
Okay. So Mr. Defendant Alex Murdaugh asked you to come testify as an expert?
Yes.
Okay. And was he sitting over here at the time at this table?
Yes.
I mean the prosecution table?
Prosecution table, yes.
In this courtroom?
It was here at Hampton, I'm not 100% sure.
In a courtroom?
Right.
Well, I'm curious, what were you called to testify about?
Like I said, it was some terminology used in a phone call. He was prosecuting in this case.
What were you asked to testify the terminology? I'm just curious.
An individual was on the phone telling someone to go and get the whistle, and he wanted me to clarify what that term
Get
meant.
the whistle?
Yes.
What
he was referring to a firearm.
Okay, the whistle. So you were interpreting that a whistle meant a firearm?
Right.
Okay, and the inmate wanted somebody to do something with the whistle?
That's what I was told the phone call was about, yes.
Okay. Did you testify?
I did.
And when was that?
It's probably been 5-6 years.
Okay. So on June 7th of 2021, when you saw the defendant, did he recognize you as far as you can tell?
Yes.
Okay. Did he recognize you as far as you could tell?
Yes.
Did he say your name?
Yes.
Okay. Did you say his name?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how you went about to do your job?
I'm sorry, say again?
How'd you go about doing your job? What'd you do? What'd you say to him?
I approached him. I had the kit, and I went up to Mr. Murdaugh and told him I had to administer this kit to his hands. He stated he understood the procedure, and just a few minutes, and I was out of his way.
And I do think not to do, but Your Honor, can he come down here?
Yes.
Please. I'm going to show you what's been marked Stage 301. Do you recognize this kit in general?
Yes.
Okay. And have you looked inside?
No, this one, no.
Okay, would you look inside? Do you recognize this type of kit? Is this the type of kit you used on the defendant Alex Murdaugh on June 7th of 2021?
Actually, the type of kit I believe had 4 vials, but it's the same idea.
Okay. Well, they used to have 4, but now they have 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're on 301 without objection.
That's correct. No objection.
Submitted.
If you stay here, let's pull out 301 and just show the jury what you did. Some questions, Sarge. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. What's the first thing you do when you get ready to take a gunshot residue from somebody?
Well, I have my own gloves. I put on gloves before I administer this kit to the individual.
All right.
I explain to him what I'm doing and what it's for.
Keep your voice up, please.
Yes, sir. I explain to him what it's for and why I'm doing it.
Okay. And you looking at them?
Yes.
How far are you from them?
About you and I.
Okay. And this night, let's go back there right now to June 7th. Are you looking at Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. Y'all knew each other?
Yes.
Did you smell the alcohol on him?
No.
Okay. Did he appear to be under the influence of anything to you? Alcohol, drugs, anything else?
No.
Okay. Could he understand what Brian Murdaugh was asking to him as far as you knew? Did he understand your questions?
Yes, as far as I knew.
And could you understand his responses? Just talking?
Yes.
Okay. And were his answers to you timely?
Yes, they were.
Subject matter appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. When you asked him if you could take a gunshot residue, did he comply?
He complied.
And I believe there were just 2 used this time. They used to do 4.
Yep.
Can you show the jury how you do it specifically?
You'll see it's labeled. It's pretty self-explanatory. On here it has the left hand, right hand.
You mind touching me and just do it on me like you did on him?
I can. Stop holding. Come on.
All right, and what's that one marked on there?
This is for the left hand.
Okay.
It has a flat circle inside of the cap. Touch all the fingers, thumb, put the hand over the back of the hand, and full extent of the fingers.
Okay.
Push the cap back
Then you
on.
place it back?
Yes, and you put it back inside the bag.
Okay.
And you move on to the next one.
All right.
Do the same thing with the other hand.
Same thing with the other hand?
Yes.
Go ahead and do it, please. And so this whole time you're that close to him and you're doing that?
Yes.
Were his hands shaking?
Do not recall his hand shaking.
Now, after you do that, and I got a couple other questions, I'll let you sit down. I'll ask you if you don't mind.
Okay.
Do you, to be right where we are now, to tell them what we're doing, do you document it?
Yes.
Okay. And Jim, I'm going to show you what's 300. Does this relate to what we're doing right now, Sergeant?
It does.
And you're on a 300 without objection?
No. It's admitted.
Now, Sergeant, does it say what time you just took that potential gunshot residue evidence from the defendant?
Yes, it's right here at the bottom.
And did you fill this out?
I did.
You put your name at the top?
Yes.
Badge number?
Everything but this. This is not me.
Okay. And date of birth? It's got the suspect's name, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Right.
And his date of birth's what?
5/27/68.
Now, you didn't know that, did you? You didn't know
No.
his date of birth. So
No.
did you have to ask him?
Yes.
Did he have any trouble telling you his date of birth?
No.
Okay. So you put that down when he told you. Subject is living, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll bring that out with SLED later, but you took the sample off a live individual?
Yes.
No question about it. All right. And you filled out the rest of the form, correct?
I did.
No gunshot wound?
No.
No. It says any debris or blood or subject. This is what the form says. Any debris or blood or subjects on the hand, and what'd you mark?
No.
So does that mean you had to look at his hands to mark no?
Yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking at his hands, did you see any debris or blood on suspect's hands?
No, I did not.
And you looked at it?
Right.
Okay. How would you describe it?
Well, I recall his hand was clean.
Okay. And underneath here it says lawyer, honey, the rest of it
Well,
said
ask
evidence.
some questions, yeah.
Okay. All right. And he signed it, correct?
No.
Okay, that's your
That's
signature.
me.
My bad, I couldn't see. Okay. One final question while I've got you up here. Did you observe what he was wearing? His shirt, his
I
shorts,
remember
his
his shirt.
shoes?
I do not remember his shoes or his pants or what he had on. I do
Okay.
remember his shirt.
Okay. And can you describe the shirt?
It was a white T-shirt.
All right. Did it appear to have any blood on it from looking right here?
No, naked eye, I didn't see any.
Okay. Did it appear to be dirty?
No.
And is this also the chain of custody that you filled out for the GSR?
Yes.
Okay, and you turned it over, I believe, to Agent Worley?
That's Worley.
Okay. I believe 12 without objection. You can have a seat there.
Okay.
Admitted.
Now, if referring to states 300 again, down at the bottom, it's got date and time shooting occurred. It's got 6/7/21.
So the shooting occurred, yes.
Okay. And where'd you get that information from?
From the other people on the scene.
Okay. And time, what time does it have by there?
I have 10 p.m.
And where'd you get that from? Do you know?
More likely it was my supervisor told me they're on scene.
Can I see that? And the time this collected was 11:15, correct?
That's correct.
Sergeant Ryan Murdaugh is the individual that you collected the gunshot, performed the gunshot residue kit on, and the individual you described as his hands as clean to see in the courtroom.
Yes, he is.
Would you please point him out for the ladies and gentlemen?
He has a gray blazer and white button-up shirt.
We'd like the record to reflect. That's all we have. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, cross-examination.
Deputy Barnes, this individual right here, the defendant Murdaugh, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, consented to you taking his DSR, correct?
Yes.
And he cooperated with you fully that night, correct?
Yes, he did.
And you had talked about a case that he had worked, and he was a prosecutor of a criminal drug case in this courthouse or maybe Hampton, but
Right.
right? And you worked on that case, not only with Richard Alexander Murdaugh, but his father, Randolph Murdaugh, correct?
That's correct.
And that was a drug prosecution of a defendant who was suspected to be involved in the Cowboys drug gang. Is that correct?
He was an affiliate, yes.
And that was a dangerous outfit that a lot of folks were prosecuted. Is that correct?
Basis for the objection.
Never mind, I withdraw.
No.
Could you ask the question again, please?
The Cowboys were known for being dangerous in this area, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that case, I think you thought maybe 5 years, but it could have been sooner than that, 2 or 3 years ago?
It could have been. It's been some years. I'm not sure exactly what year it was.
Yes. Now, you were shown this aerial photograph, and this is exhibit number 303. Have you been out to the property since the night on June the 7th?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this aerial photograph, you don't know what date this photograph was taken, do you?
I do not.
But you do know that this land here, frankly, right through there, were you aware that at one point in time, that area right there was used as a runway?
I did not know that.
Okay. But you do know that pine trees were planted all through here, correct? And
there are trees there, yes.
There's a stand of pine trees there that are not in this photograph. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Thank you. And the now the form, if I can find it, sir. The collection form asks, it says subject's full name, and the subject was Mr. Murdaugh.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you, was he cordial and respectful
Oh, yes.
to you?
Yes.
And you've been around him on multiple occasions, I take it, working on that case and perhaps other things?
A few times, yes.
And in your presence, has he always been respectful to law enforcement?
Yes.
Has always treated you with respect?
Yes.
Did he treat you with respect on the night of June the 7th?
Yes, he did.
And did he tell you he understood that you had to do a job and take his gunshot residue off his hands, correct?
That's right.
And he was shook up, was he not?
Yes, he was shook up.
Now, you showed how the collection is done and how you put the stamp on the front and on the back. Did you do a thorough collection of Mr. Murdaugh's hands that night?
Yes.
And did you intentionally leave any part of his hand untested?
No.
And you did your level best to get every particle of GSR off his hands, according to using that equipment that you had.
The way I was trained and taught, yes.
And were you aware that earlier in the night, after he called 911, that he went up to the house to get a shotgun and came back down? And when first responding deputy, I believe it was Green, came to the scene, that he seized that shotgun? Did you know that when you got
At that time, no.
You learned it later?
Yes.
And you're aware that gunshot residue can transfer from a gun onto a subject's hands, correct?
It's possible.
Okay. Now, you don't do any testing of gunshot residue, do you?
No.
That's done back at the SLED lab?
That's right.
Okay. And you didn't test any gunshot residue, I'll scratch that, I apologize. Did you collect any gunshot residue or attempted to collect any gunshot residue off any other part of Mr. Murdaugh's body?
No.
So you didn't try to take anything off his legs or?
No, the test is not for that.
Okay. Later that evening, his clothes were collected for gunshot residue testing. Were you involved in that in any form or fashion?
No.
Deputy Murdaugh, I'm going to show you an exhibit, Exhibit 59. I just want to ask you if 59 fairly and accurately depicts Paul Murdaugh as you saw him lying on the ground outside the feed room that night.
Yes.
Your Honor, I introduced Defendants 59 into evidence under seal. I'm not going to publish it. We just need to get it in for the record without objection, I believe.
That's correct.
Submitted.
May I have the court's indulgence? That's all I have, Deputy. Thank you.
Just one follow-up. He was asking about that case you testified in. So, Alex Murdaugh, did he call you as an expert on how to interpret whistle from an inmate's phone call who was trying to hide a weapon?
That's what I understood it to be, yes.
Whistle.
I wasn't part of the actual investigation.
That's all. Thank you.
Anything further?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Rogan Gibson.
Repeat the witness and state your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Rogan Gibson, Gibson.
Mr. Gibson, how you doing today?
Good.
I asked the court reporter something. We'll give her a chance to catch up. You good? Mr. Gibson, I want you to introduce yourself to the jury a little bit. Tell us, where you grew up, where you went to high school, just a little bit about yourself before we get to your testimony.
I went to Wade Hampton High School. I'm from Hampton.
All right. And you working now?
I am.
All right. What field do you work in?
The agriculture field.
All right. Why don't you see if you can pull that mic up just a little bit and scoot up just a hair so you're speaking into it. I appreciate it. You said you're working in agriculture, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And currently still working in agriculture?
That's correct.
Right. Back in June of 2021, what were you doing? Working in agriculture?
That's correct. Farming.
What kind of job did you have?
I was farming, operating equipment.
Operating equipment. Okay. And let me ask you: did you get to know Paul Murdaugh?
I did.
All right. And tell me, how old were you when you got to know Paul Murdaugh?
I've known him all my life, real good, probably when I was 11, 12 years old.
And how did y'all get to meet one another? How did you become closer?
I lived next to him.
Okay. And when did that happen?
When I was 11, 12 years old.
11 to 12. Y'all went to school together?
Paul was a little bit younger than me, and I didn't go to school with him.
Okay. When y'all were growing up, what kind of things y'all like to do together?
We enjoyed the outdoors, hunting, fishing, hanging around the farm.
Were you close friends with Paul until the day he was murdered?
I was.
Tell the jury just a little bit about Paul. Give them just a little sense of who he was as a person.
He loved the outdoors, hunting, fishing, hanging around. Really enjoyed the farm out there at Moselle.
Fun guy to be around?
He was.
Over the years, as you got to be closer friends with Paul, did you get to be closer friends with the rest of the family?
I was.
And was that just Paul and his brother and his parents, or was it sort of the Murdaughs, the larger family as well?
The whole family.
And over those years, as you became close with them, how close would you say? How close did you become?
Real close, like a second family.
Like a second family to you?
Yes, sir.
Paul, did you have a nickname for him, or did he have a nickname?
Rooster.
His brother Buster, did he have a name or a nickname?
Called him Bus.
Bus. What'd you call Maggie?
Miss Maggie.
What did you call Mr. Randolph, Paul's grandfather?
Handsome.
Handsome. How about Miss Libby, his wife, Paul's grandmother?
M.
Yeah. How about Maggie's parents? Did you have nicknames for them?
I called them Papa T and Grandma.
Papa T and Grandma?
That's
like
correct.
M-A-R at the end?
That's correct.
What'd you call Alec?
Mr. Alec, or Big Red.
Mr. Alec or Big Red. You said they were like a second family to you.
That's correct.
Being that close to this family, did you frequently go out to Moselle?
All the time.
Did you ever go to, did they have other properties too that you ever went to?
They did.
What were the other properties they had? Now hold on for the sirens, if you would. What were the other properties that they had?
Edisto Beach, we went there a lot.
They had a house at Edisto Beach?
That's correct.
And any other properties while you were growing up that you recall?
The property in Hampton, the house in Hampton.
All right. Did they ultimately sell that property?
They did.
You remember about how long ago that was?
Not real sure.
When you would go out, when did they get Moselle? I mean, just roughly.
I believe it was like my freshman year in high school, so
2014, something like that?
No, it was, I graduated in 14, so probably around 2010 maybe.
Okay. And over the years, did you spend a lot of time out there?
I did.
What were some of the things that you would do with Paul out there?
We would hunt, fish, hang around.
Ride around the property?
We work the food plots with equipment.
I got States 303 right here. This poster board. Can I ask you to come on down with the judge's permission, and let's kind of point out some things to the jury. All right, do you recognize this image? And what is that? Keep your voice up if you could.
That's a picture of the overview of the Moselle property.
Okay. And where's the residence in this picture?
Right here.
All right. And is there a driveway to that residence?
That would be the main driveway.
Do you see Moselle Road on this particular image? Going right down there? All right. What's this red roof building right there?
That's the old airplane hangar.
Okay. And did y'all have a name for that? Did you call it the hangar?
Yeah, the shed, the hangar.
The shed or the hangar? Any other structures out there?
That was the newer shed, the tractor shed. The dog kennel.
Okay.
And that's the skinning shed.
Skin and shed? And just real quick, what's the skin and shed for?
For this process. Wild game out there. Yeah, wild game out there.
Was there a driveway to that part of the property?
There was.
Is that where it went right there?
What's that?
That's where it went right there that you just pointed?
Yeah, the driveway to the shed right there.
Was that driveway commonly used?
It was.
Was there, what's the structure right here?
That's the old cabin, the hunting cabin.
Okay. And how about across the street? Was there any structures across the street?
There was.
All right. What was it there across?
Shooting house.
All right. And can you just point roughly where that be? Right at the top of the picture? Okay. All right. And what is this right here?
The pond.
All right. And when y'all were, what was the shooting house used for?
We were sighting rifles, shooting kind of that angle for the target down here.
Would y'all shoot rifles from the shooting house?
We would.
What about shotguns? Would y'all shoot those over at that shooting area?
Yeah, most of the time we shot them around the pond.
Around the pond? That's correct. Okay. Is this a line of trees right here?
It is.
And on the other side of that line of trees, what did y'all call that?
The Dove field.
The Dove field? Okay. All right, you can go ahead and have a seat for me. Thank you. You mentioned that y'all like to ride the property and shoot and hunt out there. Is that right?
That's correct.
What kind of hunting would y'all do out there?
Anything we could hunt.
Okay. Well, give me some examples, if you would, please.
Hog hunt, deer, turkeys.
Okay. Hog hunting, deer, and turkeys?
Dove, quail.
Let me ask you this. Turkey season, do you know when that is in South Carolina?
It's like March, mid-March to early May.
Okay. All right. So it's a fairly short period of time in that time period?
That's correct.
All right. You mentioned hogs first. Tell me about the hog hunting. How would y'all go hog hunting?
A lot of times we'd shoot them at night with a thermal scope.
Okay. And what weapon would y'all use to shoot those hogs with the thermal scope?
300 blackout.
Okay. And whose weapon was that?
I think it was Buster's.
Okay. Well, tell me about what you know about the blackouts, how the family got those blackouts.
They bought two of them, one for Paul and one for Buster.
Okay. And can you describe those two? Did you see both of them back in the day?
Yes, they were similar build. One was black, one was like a green tannish color.
Okay. And did anything ever happen to one of them?
Yes, one of them was stolen.
Okay. And were you present when that happened or around when that happened?
I wasn't present. I was just told about it.
All right. And what was the story you were told about that?
I was told somebody took it out of Paul's truck at a party.
At a party? Okay. How long ago was that?
I'm not exactly sure.
I mean, years?
Yes, it's been 5-6 years probably.
Okay. All right, let me show you something real quick. I'm going to show you what's already been entered into evidence in States 163. I'm going to have you look at that image, and particularly what's there on that pool table. Do you recognize that?
That's a picture of a 300 blackout.
All right. And is that the one that you and Paul would take hog hunting?
Yes, that's one of them.
You said one got stolen. To your knowledge, was there ever a replacement gun?
I don't remember a replacement. No,
You
sir.
don't remember a replacement. You remember Paul using the black one, is that right?
That's correct, or either the green and tan one before it was stolen.
Before it was stolen?
That's correct.
5 or 6 years ago?
Correct.
What other guns did Paul use a lot that he favored?
He favored a Super Black Eagle shotgun, 12 gauge.
All right. Let me show you another image if I could. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence in States 3 and see if you recognize that.
I do.
All right. Tell me what that is.
That's a Super Black Eagle.
All right. And do you specifically recognize that gun?
Yes.
And what gun is that?
That's Paul's gun.
And how can you tell?
The camo pattern and the strap.
Would Paul frequently have weapons with him when he was on the property or in his truck or that sort of thing?
He would.
All right. What sort of weapons would he frequently have with him?
A lot of times he carried the 300 Blackout in his vehicle, and then, sometimes pistols, different shotguns.
Okay. All right. Would he carry that shotgun a lot as well?
Yes, I have seen him carry that shotgun.
Show you what's been frequently entered into evidence of States 4. And will you do me a favor? You see that box of gloves right there? Will you just put them on the floor behind you, just kind of out of the way? I'm going to have you look in here and see if you recognize that.
That's Super Black Eagle 3 of Paul's.
That's Paul's favorite shotgun?
That's correct.
What about deer? Did he have a weapon he liked hunting deer with?
He did. It was a 7mm 08.
Okay. Did Paul ever have any pistols to your knowledge or carry around any pistols?
He did sometimes. Yeah.
Sometimes. What were his favorite two guns? Or the most guns he most commonly had around?
Probably that 300 and Super Black Eagle. That's the ones I've seen him use the most.
Tell me about a little bit about the hog hunting. You said y'all would hunt them at night?
That's correct.
All right. And tell me how that works. What would y'all do? Y'all walking around? Y'all riding around? How does that go?
Most of the time we drove four-wheeler vehicle. We didn't hardly ever walk, but that scope, the thermal scope would pick up the heat.
Okay. And where on the property would y'all hunt?
All over.
The hogs you hunt all over?
That's correct.
When you and Paul were together hunting with that blackout, did you usually have the gun and shooting, or did Paul usually have the gun and shooting?
It just depends.
Who had the gun more?
Probably Paul.
One guy's driving, the other guy's looking?
That's correct.
Is that something y'all did frequently?
A good bit, yes, sir.
If y'all ever killed a hog, what would y'all do with it?
Sometimes we would give it to people that wanted to butcher it. Sometimes we just let nature take its course, just leave it wherever it was shot at. It just depends. Sometimes we'd skin them out ourselves.
Are hogs a nuisance animal?
They are.
We're talking a little bit about Paul and who he was. How was Paul with his cell phone?
He was on his cell phone a lot.
Let me ask you a little bit about Miss Maggie. You mentioned before that the family had a couple of properties. In the summertime, where did Miss Maggie prefer to stay?
She liked to stay at Edisto.
And did you know why she preferred Edisto?
Because of the yellow flies at Moselle.
The yellow flies?
That's correct.
What about Paul and Alec? Where would they stay most of the time?
Well, Paul, if he was back home, he'd stay at Moselle. But a lot of times he was in Columbia or Charleston.
Did he have an apartment in Charleston?
Not to my knowledge in Charleston, no.
I'm sorry, in Columbia. I meant
In Columbia, yes.
Okay, thank you. Back in June 7th of 2021, you were working in agriculture?
That's correct.
Working in farming?
That's correct.
Hard work?
Yes, sir.
What time do you have to get up in the morning and go to work?
Normally get up about 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Where were you staying at that point in time?
I was staying at my girlfriend's house in Beaufort.
In Beaufort? You don't have to say her last name. What was her first name?
Mary Ann.
Mary Ann? Okay. And why were you staying at Beaufort at that period, at that point in time? Was that where your house was or not?
No, my house was not there. I was working on St. Helena. It made it a closer ride for me to go to work.
All right, so you were staying with your girlfriend because of that?
That's correct.
Did you have a dog at that time?
I did.
And what kind of dog?
Chocolate Lab.
Chocolate Lab. Still have the Chocolate Lab?
I do.
What's the dog's name?
Cash.
Cash. How old was Cash about that time?
I'm guessing he was a puppy, 4 or 6 months old maybe.
Were you able to keep Cash with you when you were staying at your girlfriend's in Beaufort?
I was not able to.
And why was that?
Because she wasn't allowed. She was renting a house. We couldn't keep one there.
What arrangements did you make for Cash when you were staying in Beaufort and you couldn't keep him at your girlfriend's house?
I would leave him at the kennels at Moselle.
And tell me how that came to be. How did you work that out?
I asked Mr. Ellick if I could leave him there. I'd be gone a week at a time. Just leave him there for a week, pick him back up when I come back home on the weekend.
All right. Did you leave food for him and that sort of thing?
I did.
So where was he staying when he was at Moselle during the week when you were working?
In the kennel.
In the kennel. Describe the kennels a little bit for the jury. What was the structure like?
It was like a lean-to shed with about somewhere around 8 kennels under it, a feed room on the end.
And Cash was staying in one of those?
That's correct.
You'd go get him on the weekend?
Friday night or either Saturday, yes.
Where would you take him then?
Back to my house.
All right. And just where were you living at that time?
In Colleton County.
In Colleton County. You get up at 5 a.m. and get to work. About what time do you get to work, working farming?
I'd roughly get to work somewhere around 7:30.
7:30? And then what time would you get off?
It all depended.
What time typically would you get out?
5, 6, 7 o'clock.
Just depending on how much work needed to get done?
That's correct.
Were you pretty tired when you got home?
I was.
During the course of that day, June 7th, 2021, did you have any communications with Paul?
I did.
What's the first one you remember?
Sometime around lunchtime.
All right. What did y'all communicate? Did y'all talk on the phone? Did y'all text or what?
Yeah, I think he called me and told me about the sunflowers had been sprayed in the Dove field and they were dead.
Okay. What did he say about that?
Said that he was getting ready to replant them.
Okay. They've been sprayed with some Roundup or something?
That's correct.
Did y'all talk about anything else that you remember?
Not that I remember.
While I'm thinking about it, I asked you about Paul and his use of a cell phone. Do you know where he kept his cell phone when it wasn't in his hand?
Most of the time in his pockets.
Was he typically one to respond pretty quick to you? If y'all were talking about something?
Normally, yeah, if we were talking about something, he would respond pretty quick.
That evening, did you talk to Paul again after that initial conversation?
I did.
All right. And when was that, roughly?
Around 8:40.
Okay. And what was that conversation about?
He called and asked if something was wrong with the dog's tail.
Okay. And was that the first you were hearing about that?
That's correct.
Tell me about your conversation.
I told him that, I wasn't real sure. I just dropped him off here Sunday. And told him let's try to see if he can get me a picture or FaceTime me and let me see what was going on with the dog's tail.
All right. Where was Paul when he called you?
He was at the dog kennels.
And how do you know that?
I could hear the dogs barking in the original call.
Is he describing to you what he's seeing on Cash's tail?
That's correct.
And Cash was at the kennels?
He was.
Did you hear any other voices when you were on the phone with Paul about 8:40?
I did.
And what voices did you hear?
I heard Miss Maggie.
And And who else did you hear?
And I thought it was Mr. Ellick that I heard.
You thought it was Mr. Ellick. You talked to Paul, and what did y'all talk about? What was he going to do?
He was going to try to FaceTime me. He
And-
said, you know how the service is out here. He said, if I can't get the FaceTime to go through, I'll send you a video.
And why was he going to FaceTime you? What's the difference between FaceTime and a regular call?
So I could see what was wrong with the dog.
And y'all talked about how the service is out here?
That's correct.
And what did you mean by that?
Most of the time you got enough service to make a call. I mean, sometimes the calls would break up, but a FaceTime, you couldn't really get a whole lot of service to make the FaceTime call. It's kind of lagging.
Y'all have had problems with that before?
That's correct.
Did y'all discuss what to do if the FaceTime didn't work? And what was the discussion?
He was going to send me a video of it, of the dog.
He was going to video it and then do what with it? Text it to you?
That's correct.
Is that the last time you ever talked to your friend?
That was.
Did y'all try to FaceTime?
We did.
Did it work?
It came through, but it was kind of lagging. I couldn't tell what was going on.
And then never heard from him again?
That's correct.
Did you ever get that video?
I did not.
After you never got the video, did you try to reach back out to Paul to see if you could get him to respond?
I did. I called him a few times and texted him.
Did he ever respond?
He didn't.
Did you reach out to anyone else trying to get Paul to respond?
I texted Miss Maggie.
Did she respond?
She didn't.
About what time do you think you went to bed that night?
I'm not exactly sure. It was sometime right after I probably tried to contact him.
And you never heard from Miss Maggie either?
I did.
Did you ever talk to her at all that day?
I did.
About what time you think you went to bed?
I'm going to say somewhere around 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. You a pretty sound sleeper?
That's correct.
Been working on the farm all day?
That's correct.
Did some calls come in that you didn't realize because you were asleep?
Yes, I woke up with some missed calls.
What time did you wake up the next morning?
Sometime around 5:30.
When did you find out that your friend Paul and his mother Maggie had been murdered?
That same time, 5:30.
How'd you find out?
I called one of my friends that had left me, or I had a missed call from, and he told me what had happened.
All right. And tell me his first name, please.
Nolan.
What'd you do after that?
We got a little old boy up and got him to school without talking about it a whole lot, and then we headed back home.
And by home you mean Colleton County?
Colleton County, that's correct.
And where'd you go from there?
I went to my house first. Then I ended up going to Moselle.
About what time you think you got there?
Sometime maybe 8:30, 9 o'clock.
What'd you see when you got there? Where'd you go on the property?
I went to the dog kennels.
And who'd you see there? Did you talk to anyone there?
I did, and I seen John Marvin, but I didn't speak to him.
You recognize those?
I do.
And what are those?
That's all activity on my phone. Missed calls, text.
Stand by for one second. Your Honor, just out of abundance of caution, I believe these are in evidence, but just to be clear, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 172. We would make sure those are in evidence. Move those in evidence, I believe, without objection.
That's correct. No objection.
They're admitted.
All right. May I have the Elmo, please? Mr. Gibson, I'm going to put these up on the screen. You got a screen up there, and so take a look at that, okay?
Okay.
All right, 165. Can y'all turn the screen around for me, please? And that's a screenshot that Jeff Croft took of your phone that on June 8th, 2021, the next day?
That's correct.
All right, and that reflects a call from who?
Paul.
And which Paul is that?
Paul Murdaugh.
All right, and what time is that call?
8:40 p.m.
And how long does it last?
4 minutes.
All right. And is that the call you just described to this jury?
It is.
The call y'all were talking about Cash the dog and trying to figure out the tail?
It is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 166. Now, again, you told this jury that when y'all got off the call, he was going to try to FaceTime you, and if not, send a video.
That's correct.
All right, and I'll show you 166. Is that another screenshot of it?
It is.
And that's the FaceTime call, is that right?
That's correct.
8:44 p.m.
That's correct.
For 11 seconds.
That's correct.
That FaceTime didn't work, though, did it?
Yeah, it came through, but it was lagging. We couldn't communicate through it.
So y'all stopped.
That's correct.
And you were expecting what after that?
A video.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 167. Are these texts that were on your phone?
They are.
And who are those texts between? Who are you trying to text right there down those last two bubbles?
I was sending those texts to Paul.
All right. It's got a little glare on it. So what time is that text right there?
8:49 p.m.
And that's on June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
And what are you telling Paul right there? Can you read that to the jury and then explain what you were trying to say to Paul, please?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he should move around too much.
Who were you talking about when you said tell him to sit and stay?
Cash, the dog.
Did you send another text right here?
I did.
What time is that? Can you read it?
9:58 p.m.
What do you say?
Yo.
And when you say yo to Paul, what are you trying to get him to do?
Just trying to get him to call me back or text me back.
So you hadn't gotten that video?
That's correct.
I'll show you what's been marked as 168. States. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
That is.
These are missed calls from June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
Or these are outgoing calls?
They are.
Who are you trying to call?
Paul Murdaugh.
Tell me the times you tried to call him. Start from the bottom, please.
9:10 p.m., 9:29 p.m., 9:42 p.m., 9:57 p.m.
Did he ever respond?
No, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 169. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
Who are you trying to call right there?
Paul.
What's that last call?
10:08 p.m.
Did he answer that call?
He did not.
Show you what's been marked as States 170. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
And who are you trying to text right here?
Miss Maggie.
What time did you try to text her?
9:34 p.m.
And what did you text her?
Tell Paul to call me.
Tell Paul to call me?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever respond?
She did not.
You said you woke up the next morning on June 8th, 2021, and you saw you had some missed calls. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 171. Was this also a screenshot or a picture that Special Agent Croft took of your phone?
It is.
All right. And who are those missed calls from?
Mr. Ellick.
And what time did they come in?
10:21 p.m. and 10:24 p.m.
And that would have been on June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
Were you asleep at that time?
I was.
Unaware they were coming in?
That's correct.
172. Is that another screenshot of your phone?
It is.
All right. And those other missed calls that came in?
10:25 p.m. and 10:30 p.m.
When you spoke to Special Agent Croft on June 8th, 2021, did you tell him and Special Agent McAllister who you thought you heard on that phone call at 8:40?
I did.
And who did you say you heard?
I thought it was Mr. Ellick, but I wasn't exactly sure.
Did you give him a percentage?
I did.
What'd you say?
99%.
That you heard Mr. Alec on that phone call at 8:40?
That's correct.
As time went on after the murders, did you go to Moselle where all the family and friends were gathering?
I did.
Were you there a fair amount?
Probably the whole part of that later that week.
While you were there at the house where the family and friends had gathered, did anyone ever ask you about your last contact with Paul?
There was.
And who asked you?
Grandma.
And that'd be Miss Brandstetter?
That's correct.
Maggie's mother?
That's correct.
And what did you say?
I told her, that I talked to Paul about the dog. I told her that I heard Miss Maggie in the background, and I heard a male voice that I thought was Mr. Ellick.
Was he in the room then?
Yes.
Did he stand up and say, "No, I wasn't there"?
He did.
Did you ever have any conversation with Alex Murdaugh about what happened that night?
No, sir.
Did he ever ask you about whether or not you heard him on that phone that night?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you what he did that night?
No, sir.
Did you ever ask him what he did that night?
No, sir.
Not a subject you wanted to talk about, was it?
That's correct.
Over time, as the months passed following the murder of Paul and Maggie, you were ultimately interviewed by law enforcement and other part of the process and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as time went on and you were asked about who you heard on the phone that night, that call at 8:40, you said, "Hey, I thought it was Alec, but I can't be sure."
That's correct.
Told law enforcement the night of, 99% sure, correct?
Say that question again, please.
Told law enforcement the next day, June 8th, that you were 99% sure. Is that correct?
That's correct.
As time went on, you said, "I thought it was Alec, but I can't be sure."
That's correct.
In November of 2022, did law enforcement ask you to come in and look at a video?
They did.
And did you watch that video?
I did.
And what was on that video?
It was the video. Paul was supposed to take a cash. Cash was on the video.
And did you recognize the voices on there?
I did.
Did you recognize the voices of your second family?
I did.
And what voices did you hear?
Paul's, Miss Maggie, and Mr. Ellick.
And how sure are you now?
Positive.
100%?
That's correct.
I need 1 second for the computer to boot up.
So I'll stand for a moment. Okay.
Before we play the video, I want to ask a couple more questions. When you received that phone call from Paul at the Kennels at 8:40 p.m. on the night of June 7th, 2021, did Paul sound normal to you?
He did.
Did he sound stressed to you?
He did not.
Did he sound like someone was there that he didn't know?
No, sir.
Did he sound worried?
He did.
Did you hear Maggie's voice?
I did.
Did she sound stressed?
She did.
Did she sound worried?
No.
Did she sound normal?
She did.
Did she sound like there was somebody there she didn't know?
No, sir.
Or that she was in danger?
No, sir.
Did you hear Alex's voice?
What I thought was his voice at the time, yeah.
When Maggie or Paul would go down to the Kennels, how would they usually get there?
They would drive. Sometimes Miss Maggie would walk or ride a bike. If they had an ATV or a golf cart in the yard, sometimes they would drive that.
Paul more likely to be one to ride or one to drive down there?
Most of the time he would drive.
Was it usual for the family to go down there sometimes and let the dogs out?
It was.
Let them run around?
That's correct.
Did Miss Maggie like to do that?
She did.
Was it common, to your knowledge, for guns to be left down at the kennels?
Sometimes there was, yeah.
I'm going to play that video for you, okay?
Okay.
Get that. Get that. Quick, Cash. Come on. Quick. It's okay. Come here. Come here, dude. Come on. Cash.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
Hey, Bob.
It's a guinea.
This is a chicken.
Come here, Bob.
Come here, Cash.
Come here, Bob.
Cash. Quick.
Is that the video you watched back in November 2022?
It is.
Where's that video taken?
At the kennels.
You recognize your dog?
I do.
You recognize Paul's voice?
Yes, sir.
You recognize Maggie's voice?
Yes, sir.
You recognize Alex's voice?
Yes, sir.
100%?
Yes, sir.
Can you point out Alex Murdaugh, the person whose voice you recognize in this video in this courtroom, please?
Sitting right there in the gray jacket.
Please let the record reflect he's identified the defendant. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Nothing further.
Good afternoon, Rogan.
How you doing?
We've met many times, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury more about Paul, please. What did y'all like to do together?
We loved hunting, fishing, just hanging around. We loved staying at the beach, going to the sandbars. He could get along with just about anybody.
Is he one of your best friends?
He is.
Is this a hard day for you?
Yes, sir.
And did you live one summer in the cabin there on the property?
Yes, me, Buster, and Nolan lived in the cabin, and Paul was there a lot.
Right. And when you got a house of your own, I mean, it was just right down the road, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Down Moselle Road?
Yes, sir.
It was your grandparents' house or you moved into?
That's correct.
And but before that, Ms. Maggie and Big Red over here, Mr. Alex, I mean, they treated you as family, didn't they?
That's correct. They did.
And Paul was like a brother to you?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Maggie was like a second mom to you?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Alex was like a second dad?
Yes, sir, he was.
And could you tell the jury what you observed Alex's relationship was, starting with you? What was his relationship with you?
We had a good relationship. I mean, he treated me like one of his own. We had fun. He gave me permission to hunt the property.
Did you have permission to come and go and down to the shop?
I did.
Did you have permission to use any of the equipment?
Yes, sir.
And did you help out on the farm for game management and stuff?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the jury a little bit about Mr. Alex's relationship with his son Paul?
Very good relationship. Very good.
Were they close?
They were. Nothing happened without Paul telling Mr. Alec about it.
And did juries heard some Alec interviewed on the tape, various about how the Moselle property was Paul's passion.
It was.
You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Why do you think it was his passion? What was he so passionate about out there?
He just loved hunting and using the equipment to manage for wild game, fishing.
Right.
He loved all of that.
Was Paul a good friend?
Yes, sir.
Was he a loyal friend?
He was.
Was he a loyal son?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about Ms. Maggie.
She was like a second mother to me. Always took care of me. Treated me like one of hers.
Did you spend time down at Edisto?
I did.
And you and Paul and Ms. Maggie, sometimes just the three of you down there?
It was.
Okay. What did Ms. Maggie like to do?
She liked the beach.
When they were down at Edisto, were you the only friend welcome at the Edisto house, or what was it like?
There was many friends that were welcome to the house.
Like adult friends, or was
most
Ms. Maggie, Mr. Alex home? Was it open to all of Paul and Buster's friends?
It was open to all of Paul and Buster's friends.
And was that the case at Edisto?
That's correct.
Was that the case at Moselle?
It was.
did it appear to you that Mr. Alec enjoyed being around his family?
Yes, sir, he did.
And did you enjoy being around Mr. Alec and Ms. Maggie?
Yes, sir.
You remember, and I apologize, I'm going to get the date wrong, but do you remember in early 2019 that Paul was in a boating accident?
Yes, sir.
And a beautiful young woman died in that accident, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
Her name was Mallory Beach.
That's correct.
And Paul was eventually charged. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did Paul receive any threats or harassments that you knew about as a result of that boating accident?
None that I thought was real serious. I mean, he mentioned it that, you know, he'd get people comment about it, but nothing that I thought was real serious.
Did he would people just mouth off to him when he went out bars or just with his friends?
Yes, sir. He had mentioned that.
But was it anything that you thought was serious in nature?
No, and a lot of times I wasn't there when that happened, so I didn't think it was that serious.
Let me back up. I skipped over something. You played sports when you were a kid growing up?
Yes, sir.
I think your dad was a coach, was he?
Yes, sir.
And was Mr. Alec a coach to Paul and Buster?
He was.
And did Mr. Alec, when he wasn't coaching, would he and Ms. Maggie come to all the sporting events for the kids?
They were always there.
Can you think of them ever missing a sporting event for Buster or Paul?
Not that I can remember.
And they come to your sporting events?
Yes.
Now, and Paul had an apartment in 2021. He was starting to go back to school at Carolina. Do you remember that? He was in college.
Yes, sir.
School year.
That's correct.
And in June, he had moved back he'd moved back home. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was he living at Moselle for the most part?
I think he was staying at Moselle some, but kind of all over the place.
And sometimes he stayed with his Uncle John Marvin down at Bluffton?
Yes, sir.
And he was working with his Uncle John Marvin, wasn't he?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when he was on the farm, when he was at Moselle, now this gets a little confusing for me. Frankly, let me just ask you. Can you tell the jury about all the farm trucks there at Moselle?
Yeah, there was a lot of different vehicles that could be used anywhere from ATVs to tractors.
Well, let's just talk about the trucks. Okay. So what was Paul's primary truck?
Around the farm, most of the time, F-250.
All right, but what was his primary mode of transportation? Was it a truck?
It was F-150.
And was it white?
It was.
Okay, and did he drive that around the farm some?
Sometimes, yes.
And then there was a big F-250.
That's correct.
And that was also white, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Did that have a name, the big F-250 farm truck?
Yeah, White Boy. That was the older F-250.
And then there was another one called Dolly?
That's correct. That was a newer F-250.
That was a newer F-250. And then there was there a black truck?
There was.
And that was an F-150?
It was.
And was that Buster's old truck?
It was.
So there were so Buster had another vehicle, and his old F-150 stayed at Moselle, correct?
That's correct.
And then Paul had his white 150 pickup, and and where he was not at Moselle, there were still 3 other trucks at Moselle, right?
That's correct.
Dolly, White Boy, and then Buster's old black pickup.
That's correct.
And when Paul was there, he would drive any one of those trucks, wouldn't he?
Yes, sir.
On the farm. And no matter which one he was driving, he would most often have some sort of firearm in the truck, right?
That's correct. Most of the time on the farm, he had a firearm in the vehicle.
And those trucks, they would either stay down at the shed, the workshop, or at the house. I mean, there's no set place for them, correct?
That's correct.
And they didn't lock the trucks up, did they?
Not normally.
I mean, and then Paul would leave guns in the trucks, wouldn't he?
That's correct.
I mean, Paul would leave guns everywhere. Just about, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he could leave. He left a lot of stuff different places.
Yeah. Did he ever leave any guns at your house?
I'm sure he has over the years.
Okay. And then he would leave guns in the workshop, right?
I have seen guns in the workshop, yes.
And then did they keep the workshop locked?
It just depends. Not a whole lot, but I have remembered it being locked, yes.
Was it more often not locked than locked?
Probably more recent. Yeah, it wasn't locked.
Did they, if someone were bent on mischief, would it be a hard thing to go up on that property and steal stuff?
Probably not around the sheds. It wouldn't be too hard.
And if someone were bent on mischief, would it be a hard thing to go open up and rifle through or look through White Boy or Dolly or Buster's old black pickup truck?
That is possible, yes.
And there were no security cameras down at the old airplane hangar, the workshop, the kennels, and the pole barn and skinning shed, were there?
Not that I was ever aware of.
Okay. And there were no, in the cabin where you guys stayed that summer, there was no security cameras there either, right?
Not that I knew of.
And was that cabin, did it stay locked?
Sometimes it was locked, sometimes it wasn't.
Paul left guns there too, didn't he?
I have seen guns in that cabin before, yes.
I want to not turn this thing upside down, but you talked about handsome. Who's handsome?
Mr. Randolph Murdaugh.
And Ms. Libby is who?
M.
Who's Ms. Libby?
M.
M. And that's Paul and Buster's grandparents, right?
That's correct.
And you know where they live?
In Alameda.
Alameda. And just generally, where's Alameda?
It's on the outside of Barnville.
Okay. Is it like a crossroads?
It's a veer off. Go toward Ridgeland. If you veer off, if you stay on that road, you go to Embassy.
Right. If you're coming out of Hampton toward Varnville, then where the veer off is, that's called Alameda?
That's correct.
Now, to get to Alameda, and the most direct route, let me do this right, okay. So, can you see from back there?
I can.
And so this is the main house right here, correct?
That's correct.
And you can get down to Moselle Road by going one or two ways, right? You can either take a left and go down by the shop and the kennels, or you can go straight out the main driveway. Is that right?
Yes, you can go out both ways.
But when you hit Moselle Road, would you turn right or left if you're going the most direct route to Alameda?
Turn right.
And be going down this way?
That's correct.
Okay. You were asking a little bit about Paul's cell phone usage. He was on it a lot.
He was on it a lot, yes, sir.
Yeah, and did the battery get down low pretty regularly?
Yes, he would let his phone die sometime, or he would lose it.
Well, and when it would get down low, did he have a habit of not using it to try to keep him going all the way out?
Yes, I have seen that happen before.
And have you done that yourself?
Yes, sir.
And phone coverage, cell phone coverage on that property is somewhat, when I say that property, I'm talking about Moselle, somewhat spotty, isn't it?
It is.
And is there better coverage up at the house than down at the kennels?
I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of hit and miss.
And you can be down at the kennels, and you can be, walk 10 yards one way, you'd have some coverage. 10 yards the other way, you wouldn't have coverage. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, back up here, we don't have any measurements on what this distance is from the kennels to the house, but I mean, if you're just driving in a buggy or a car or what have you, I mean, tell the jury roughly how long it would take in a vehicle to go from the kennels to the house.
It all depends how fast you're driving, but it don't take long to get from the sheds to the house.
I mean, you can do it under 2 minutes?
Definitely under 2 minutes.
Going fast enough, you can do it in a minute or less, I suspect. Is that right?
Yes, if you're going fast enough, you would be able to make it from the sheds to the house in under a minute.
Okay. You were asked about turkey season. When it started and when it ended, you remember? And you can tell me, I don't know, when's turkey season start?
Yes, most time mid-March to early May.
Okay. How about duck season? When does that start?
The first season starts around Thanksgiving. I think the weekend before Thanksgiving.
And when's the second season start?
Sometime in December.
And when's it end?
End of January.
Okay. Do you go duck hunting with Paul?
Yes, sir, I have.
And they had a duck pond on the property?
That's correct.
And did they keep it full all year, or did they drain it and plant it for the season?
Yeah, they would drain it after duck season and be ready to plant in the springtime.
And you helped with that?
I did.
And would Mr. Alex be involved, help doing that? But
he would.
And that was part of Paul's passion, doing things like that?
That's correct.
Now, waterfowl shells load are different than turkey load, right?
That's correct.
What's the difference?
Steel shot.
And steel shot for what?
For ducks, waterfowl.
And why? Is it just preferred or is it required?
It's required.
Okay. Because you don't want lead in the water?
That's correct.
Okay. But for hunting purposes, if you just had your choice, would you rather hunt with lead or steel?
Lead shot.
Because it has greater knockdown power?
It does.
Okay. Is that why you would rather, or just price too, I suspect?
What's that again?
Why would you prefer lead over steel?
It has better knockdown. It's better.
Okay. Now, you were asked questions about 300 blackouts, and at one time, Paul had his own, and Buster had his own. They had 300 blackouts. You remember that?
I did.
And then you heard that Paul had one stolen out of his truck at a party.
That's correct.
And And do you remember roughly when that was?
I'm not exactly sure.
Years ago?
Yeah, it's been a good many years ago.
And in recent memory, have you ever seen Paul with a 300 blackout other than the black one with the thermal scope?
Not to my knowledge.
So whenever you were with Paul and he had a 300 blackout, it was the black one with the thermal scope.
That's correct.
Did you ever see a 300 blackout around the house that was black without a thermal scope?
Not to my knowledge, I haven't.
And I know the jury's heard it. What's a thermal scope?
Picks up the heat from the animal. You can see it at nighttime because of the heat.
It's for night hunting?
That's correct.
And that's the best time to hunt hogs?
It is.
But during the daytime they stay in the swamp?
That's correct.
At night they come out?
Yes, sir.
And y'all had cameras out there to see when they were coming out?
Sometimes we did.
Okay. Now you listened to this videotape and heard that was your dog Cash?
It was.
Chocolate Lab?
Yes, sir.
And you heard Ms. Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And you heard Paul, obviously.
That's correct.
And Ms. Maggie was saying he's got a
guinea.
Guinea. And then you heard a voice say, no, it's a chicken. Do you remember whose voice that was?
That was Mr. Alex that said it the first time, and then Paul also said it was a chicken.
Okay. And then someone says, Bubba, let go of that chicken or something like that?
Yeah, just holler for Bubba.
And whose voice did you recognize hollering for Bubba?
Mr. Ellett.
Okay. And who's Bubba?
Their dog.
Did they have, and was Bubba a yellow lab?
He was.
Did Bubba have his own kennel?
He did.
Which one was it?
Most of the time he was in the first one right beside the feed room.
Okay. Now, you had talked to Paul. I think the records show you had a 4-minute telephone conversation before that video was taken, which you didn't receive until law enforcement showed you. But you remember you talked to Paul for about 4 minutes, right?
That's correct.
And I believe when you were interviewed, you said it sounded like Mr. Alec had pulled up or something to that effect, driven up. Do you remember that?
No, I don't ever remember hearing a vehicle.
Okay.
I just remember hearing a third voice.
Okay. And the next day, excuse me, was it the 8th? The next day you went over and met with and went into the house at Moselle and you saw Maggie's parents?
That's correct.
And that's when Grandma, Miss Brandstetter, asked you if you heard Maggie's voice?
Yes.
Okay. And you told her you did?
Told her I talked to Paul and heard Miss Maggie.
And you told him in front of everybody that you had thought you'd heard Alex's voice too, right?
That's correct.
And he didn't push back whatsoever?
No, sir.
What was Alex's demeanor when you first saw him after the murders and days after? What?
He was just real distraught, sad. Just tore up about it.
Did he cry a lot?
Yes, sir.
Did he hug you?
He did.
Did he cry?
Yes, sir.
Did you cry?
Yes, sir.
I mean, did you cry the day after and the day after? I mean,
that was really sad.
Right. 1 second, Your Honor. On this video, you've been around Alex, Maggie, and Paul most all your life. Was there any? Did you notice any signs of distress or anxiety or anything out of the ordinary?
I did not.
And you've been around Maggie and Alec and their whole family a lot?
Almost all of my life, yes, sir.
And would you see Alec openly show his display of affection and love to Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And from your observation, they have a close, good relationship?
That's correct.
And they were loving to each other and to Paul and Buster and their friends, correct?
That's correct.
And can you think of any circumstance that you can envision, knowing them as you do, where Alec would brutally murder Paul and Maggie?
Not that I can think of.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Anything further?
You were asked some questions about the sheds being unlocked. Paul ever complained to you? People were up there stealing all kinds of stuff all the time?
I was never aware of people stealing anything.
When you talked to Paul and heard Maggie and Alec at 8:40, was there any problem with that voice call, or did it come through just fine? The reception was good.
The call came through, yes.
And the last conversation you had with Paul was he was going to do what if the FaceTime didn't work?
Send me a video.
And he never did.
That's correct.
You've heard that video and you hear three voices, is that correct? Maggie, Paul, and Mr. Alec?
In the video, yes, sir.
When you're standing, if you're at the house or inside the house on the second floor or something like that, can you see the roofs of the sheds and down there?
The last time I had been out there, yes, you would be able to see the top of the structure.
And if you're standing out here in front of them sheds, could you see the top of the house the other way?
Same thing, yeah. Last time I was there, you would be able to see the top of the structure. There was trees growing between the houses.
And that was a long time ago, right?
That's correct.
Down there at the sheds, did they have like outdoor lighting down there?
Yes, sir, they did.
And if all that was on, could you see all that lighting from the house?
Yes, you would be able to see that there were lights on from the house.
If those lights were on, it'd be pretty well lit up, is that right?
If all of them were, yes.
You were asked about the boat wreck. Were you aware that Paul had been charged in that boat wreck?
I was.
Were you aware that Alex Murdaugh had been sued in that boat wreck?
I was.
What was your perception of Alex's wealth? Did you believe he was a fairly wealthy man?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known Alex Murdaugh?
Pretty much all my life.
As you sit here today, did you really know him?
Yes, I know Mr. Elliott.
But as you sit here today, do you really know him?
Yes, I know Mr. Elliott.
Thank you.
Anything further? You may step down. We'll take about a 10-minute recess. Ready for the jury?
Your Honor, one matter I'd like to address with the court. During and throughout the questioning that the defense has been doing, and including one question that was asked here today about any reason why Alec may kill anyone, one of the issues that's still outstanding is issues of the financial motives that exist. And obviously the state has already made a case as to the admissibility of that information, but I believe clearly to add to that, the defense through their questioning has opened the door to that. And so this witness, has some information to start that, and I think that we've sort of gone through the looking glass on that very issue, Your Honor.
Your Honor, very briefly, we fully briefed this. There are a very limited number of circumstances where the financial information would come in. Simply asking this young man, who they asked about his relationship with Alec and Paul and everybody, could you conceive of, I think we said, are there any circumstance under which you know that he might kill Paul and Maggie? And he said no. That didn't open the door to any financial crime that he may have committed. And again, the admissibility of that financial information, those financial misdeeds, is not, this motive, by the way, is the most ludicrous. He's about to be discovered as having stolen some money that afternoon. So he goes home and butchers his wife and son to distract.
You argued that before.
But what I'm saying is, this idea...
You've argued it before. You've called it ludicrous before. You're now repeating that same argument.
It's been a while, perhaps. I've said that. My point is, no door has been opened, and if we're going to have a full discussion on this, you indicated you needed factual basis. There has been no factual basis established. Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, again, and we have argued this, and I'm not going to repeat the various arguments that I've made. I think that we have, just to sort of summarize a little bit, we do have a specific confrontation that day. We also have the pendency of that hearing. And for the jury to understand that, we have to understand the extent of what is about to be exposed and what that actually means for him, the prospect of losing everything in life without parole. Will Loving. And he is one of Paul's friends. He's mostly here to talk about firearms and the shell casings and things like that. But he also will talk about a little bit about the boat case, about the pressures on the family, about selling the house in Hampton, and the fact that that there were financial pressures because of that boat case that they were having to deal with. And I made it clear to the defense as well as to Your Honor that before we went into subject matter like that, that we would of course certainly alert the court. For this particular witness, that would be the questioning that I intend to ask that witness.
Your Honor, may I address this witness? He's my witness. Any information he has about financial pressure or the reasons they sold the house would be solely based upon hearsay, and it certainly didn't come from any conversations with the defendant. He has no independent knowledge of any of that. So aside from the overall 404B evidentiary rule, there's no basis of this witness doesn't have any actual knowledge of that.
We'll proceed with the testimony. I'll rule based on any objections I hear.
Thank you.
Bring the jury.
jury is present, sir.
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Will Loving.
Left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
Certainly, God.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Will Loving, Loving.
Loving, how you doing today?
I'm good.
All right. Tell the jury just a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to high school, college? What you do for a living?
I grew up in Columbia, South Carolina. I went to high school at AC Flora. I graduated from Georgetown Tech with a forestry degree. Pursued that for a few years. Now I'm working down in Charleston for a marine construction company. That's about what I'm doing now.
Okay. What year did you graduate from high school?
Graduated high school in 2015, and I graduated from Georgetown in 2020.
Where are you living these days? Just generally.
I'm living in Charleston.
Have you ever, did you ever, over the course of your life, get to know Paul Murdaugh?
I did.
And tell me, when was that, roughly?
I met Paul when I was probably 15 years old down at Edisto. He was probably 13, and our friendship just met on the beach one day. That's about where I met Paul, but we did pretty much everything together down at the beach whenever I was there and he was there. We'd go hang out on the beach, we'd go on the boat, go fish, or just hang out.
And when you met him at Edisto, do you know where Paul was staying?
Yes, Paul was staying at his beach house at Edisto.
And over the years, as y'all's friendship developed, did y'all start to hang out more and more outside of Edisto?
Yes, sir, we did.
Right. And how old were you when that started to develop more hanging out than just Edisto?
Probably once Paul was later on in high school. So I would have been, 18, 19 years old. We started getting closer, and then, when I was probably 21 and Paul was 19, we got pretty close.
How old are you now?
I'm 26.
What are some of the things, as y'all got pretty close, what would y'all do together, aside from hang out at Edisto?
We would hunt and fish, go out, hang out with friends. We went down to the property at Moselle a lot. We'd go to Edisto a lot. Just kind of going wherever, going with the flow. We'd go down for a weekend in Charleston before either one of us, before I was living there. But we lived together in Columbia for a short period of time right before everything happened. But yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Now you said y'all lived together, so y'all were roommates there for a while before the murders happened?
Yes, sir.
Right. And was it just the two of you in the house, or were others living there as well?
It was just the two of us, and I was kind of just a couch guest, but it kind of turned into a long-term thing.
Gotcha. Were y'all planning on getting an additional place around the time that the murders happened?
Yes, we had already been in contact with a house, about to sign a contract on a house, me, him, and another friend from Columbia.
Okay. You mentioned that you would go to Moselle a lot, and what would y'all do at Moselle?
I mean, we'd do just about anything, depending on what we were there for. If it was during a certain hunting season, we'd go hunting, or we might just be there hanging out for the weekend, and might be there working. We did a lot of different things while we were there.
What kind of hunting would y'all do?
We deer hunted, we hog hunted, we duck hunted, we dove hunted, we turkey hunted, pretty much about everything.
Tell me about the hog hunting. How does that work?
We did it for a certain period of time with some dogs, and that was, you got a pack of dogs that chase them down, and you go up and neutralize them. But then we also did it at night with a thermal scope. It's based off heat vision, heat signals, so you could see them at night, and you had to use the thermal if you were going to do that.
And when y'all would hunt at night on the Moselle property, how would y'all physically do it? Would you walk around? Would you ride around on a four-wheeler? How would that work?
Most of the time we took a vehicle, whether it be one of the, farm trucks or, some sort of buggy.
You mentioned the thermal scope. What was that thermal scope on? What kind of weapon?
It was on a 300 blackout.
And what color was that 300 blackout?
It was black.
How many 300 blackouts did the family have?
They had 2.
And were those the only 2 you're aware of, or was there a third one?
Those were the only 2 I was aware of. I had heard something about the third after the fact, but the only 2 I was aware of was those 2.
And what did you heard about the third?
I just heard it got stolen out of Paul's truck at a party.
And was that years ago?
Years ago, yes, sir.
So there was a replacement gun, a third one. Is that correct?
Correct.
What was that gun like?
It was about the same as the black one, except for the color of it. It was tan. It didn't have any kind of sight on it, the first few times I saw it. And but other than that, it was about the same thing, just a different color. It was a tanner color.
And where would that gun typically be located?
I never really saw it move from the gun cabinet room. Most of the time it was in the main house at Moselle in the gun cabinet room.
You mentioned that that particular gun didn't have a sight on it or an optic on it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what does that mean? What's the difference between having a scope or a sight and not having? How do you shoot it if it doesn't have one of those?
So you have something called iron sights, which is just it's already attached to the end of the barrel. It just has a little thing that you can see down, but nothing to zoom in your image. It didn't have a sight on it at all. The other one had the thermal sight that you used at night, and this one had no sight on it at all.
At some point, did y'all go get some sort of optic or some sort of sight for it, other than the iron sights?
Yes, sir. We went and bought it's called a red dot sight. It's just got it's not very big. It's about maybe 2 or 3 inches, and it just has a little tube with a little red dot in the center of it. It doesn't zoom in either, but it gives you a little bit better of a look at what you're shooting at, a little bit better than an iron sight.
Is it like a thermal sight in that you can see what you're aiming at night?
No, sir.
So what do you see when you look through the red dot?
You can just see whatever's out in front of you from the naked eye.
And then how's the thermal work?
The thermal works at nighttime. You look and see heat glows up in a different color than black. It glows up in white, so you can see it very easily.
When did you and Paul go buy that red dot sight for that other blackout gun?
It was either in late March or early April. I'm not exactly positive on the date, but we bought it from the Ace Hardware in Hampton.
And when you say early March or late April, what year are we talking about?
2021.
You went with Paul to get that?
Yes, sir.
And what did y'all do after you got the sight?
We went back to Moselle and we put the sight onto the rifle and sighted it in.
Describe to the jury what you mean when you say you sighted it in.
When you get a scope that's not already sighted in, you have to calibrate it with the barrel of the gun. So you have to go and change certain things on the side or on the top, whether it needs to go up or down or left or right when you're shooting. So that's what we had to do with that one, and it just moves. It doesn't move the dot necessarily inside the scope. It just moves kind of the whole thing, the whole sight.
Before we get to that, I want to ask about the property just a little bit. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 303. And ask you to step down with the judge's permission. I want to ask you about a few areas on the property. All right. Now, after y'all bought that, well, first of all, where is the residence on this particular image? Do you recognize this?
Yes, it's right here.
Okay. And, oh, I'm sorry. Is that better?
Down here at the bottom.
And what are these structures up here right there?
This is what we call a shed, or the dog kennels, or airplane hangar.
Okay. And can you point out the kennels in that image?
They're right here on the side, next to the pine trees.
And where are the driveway entrances to the property?
The two in this picture right here down to they come down to the main house right here, or you can come in up here and come by the kennels and come down and then come down to the main house.
Was it common for everyone to use both of those driveways?
Yes, sir.
Which driveway did you usually use?
I didn't pass one driveway to get to another. Whichever way if I was coming from this way, I'd turn here. If I was coming from this way, I'd turn in there.
And your experience in knowing the family, was it common for both to be used?
Yes, sir.
What is this structure right here?
That is the cabin up on the side of the road, just the old cabin.
And was there like a shooting range or a shooting house anywhere?
Yeah, there's a shooting range across the road right here. It goes, it's like right in here somewhere, and it goes right next to the pond area. That's just a little fish pond.
And what was the shooting house?
It was just a little wooden, gazebo-looking thing that you sat in and shot at a berm over here.
Was there a location that y'all know the property called the Dove Field?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
It's right here behind this berm of pine trees.
Now, you said back after y'all bought that red dot site that y'all sited in that the blackout. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And which blackout are you talking about?
The tan one.
The tan one?
The tan one.
Right. And that would have been not the black one, but the tan one, and not the one that went missing years ago. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. And where did y'all site that gun in?
We sited it in off the side of the main house. Right here, there's a little thing of steps that comes into the gun room, and we used the railing of the stairs to brace on and shot down into here as they were building a pond right here, so there was a berm, so there was no threat of the bullets going back there.
Yeah. All right, you can have 614, please. When did y'all sight that gun in?
We sighted that gun in at the very beginning of April, or one of the last couple days of March of 2021.
All right. And how do you know that it was late March or into April 2021 that you sighted in that tan blackout with the red dot optic on it?
Because that same weekend we were out hunting hogs in the Dove Field with the thermal scope on the black 300 blackout, and we also took the tan 300 blackout, with us with the red dot sight, but it wasn't very usable because you couldn't see what you were shooting at as it was dark. But we used the thermal, and I remember we saw 4 turkeys up in a tree, and we were talking about maybe turkey hunting that morning right there, but I think we scared them when we decided to shoot at the hogs.
So y'all decided to sight in the tan one the next day or thereabouts?
Yeah, it was sighted in the day before, I believe, or the same day, one of the two.
And y'all were standing right outside the gun room in the main residence?
Correct, yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88. You recognize this gun?
Yes, sir, that's the black 300 blackout.
All right, and what optic is on this?
The thermal scope.
All right. Is this the gun y'all were sighting in, or was it a different gun that y'all were sighting in standing right outside the gun room in March or April of 2021?
It was a different gun.
It was a different gun?
Yes, sir.
Did it have a different optic on it right here?
Yes, sir, it had the red dot sight on it.
It had the red dot. Show you what's been previously admitted into evidence as State's 175. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and tell me what that is.
This is the stairs that lead up into the door that go into the gun room on the main house.
Okay. And was that where you were sighting in that tan blackout with the red dot optic?
Yes, sir.
That's not the one you just looked at?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And what's through that door right there?
The gun room into the game room.
Okay. All right. And describe, you said y'all were using the railing to brace it. What do you mean by that?
We were using this right side of this right side if you're coming down the stairs railing, because we're both right-handed, and you can brace up against it to make sure you're steady when you shoot at the target.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 176, and do you generally recognize that image?
Yes, the bottom of the brick below the stairs on the side door.
And was that where y'all, in the general location of where y'all were sighting in that third blackout with the red dot optic?
Yes, sir.
In March or April of 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 177 States. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what area is that, please?
That is the flower bed right next to the stairs going up.
Okay. Is that in the same general area where y'all were sighting in that blackout with the red dot optic?
Yes, sir.
States 179, do you recognize that?
Yeah, it's just the bottom of the bricks at the stairs again.
Okay. Same area where y'all were firing that?
Yes, sir.
States 180, do you recognize that?
Yes, the flower bed next to the stairs.
Okay. Same general area where y'all were sighting in that other blackout?
Yes, sir.
That's not the one I showed you?
No, sir.
It's not the one I showed you,
Oh,
correct?
yeah. No, sir.
States 181, do you recognize that? That's right.
Yes, sir. It's the bricks at the bottom of the stairs. Same area.
Same area?
Yes, sir.
States 183.
Yep. Again, it's the bottom of the stairs, same area that we were standing in.
All right, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as States 184. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the little gazebo type thing at the shooting range that you sit in to shoot your rifle or whatever you're shooting.
After that time in March or April of 2021, which you remember because it was turkey season, correct?
Correct.
When was the next time that you saw that tan blackout that had the red dot?
I do not recall seeing it again after we used it that night.
Okay. The blackout, was that gun frequently with Paul?
Yes, sir. If he was at Moselle, a lot of the times we had it with us. Yes, sir.
All right. And where would you have it?
In the back seat of the truck most of the time. If we were, riding around late or coming home from somewhere late, just to, check something, go look for a hog or something.
Did Paul have a shotgun that he favored?
Yeah, he had his Super Black Eagle 3 Benelli shotgun.
And can you describe it any further? What did it look like? How was it colored?
It was camouflage and sort of like a cryptic, like bluish purple camouflage. Not real sure of the name of it, but it was more of a distinctive color camouflage.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as States 89. You recognize that?
I recognize it, yes.
Okay, which gun is that?
I'm not sure whose gun that is, but it was used for turkey hunting.
Okay. You recognize that as one of the guns that was in the gun room at Moselle?
Yes, sir.
to show you what's been marked as states 4 into evidence. See if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. It's the camouflage Benelli.
All right. And which one is that?
Paul's shotgun.
Okay. And how can you tell the difference between the two camo ones? How do you know this one's Paul's?
It just has a distinctive camo pattern on it. They did have 2 of these shotguns that were the exact same.
All right. But this is the one you recognize as Paul's, correct?
Yes, sir.
The 300 blackout round, is it a fairly loud round when it goes off?
I mean, yes. I mean, it's a gunshot, so it's pretty loud. But it's not extremely louder than any other gun.
Is it louder than a shotgun?
It's probably a little bit louder than a shotgun, yes.
Did you ever have any conversation with Paul about getting a suppressor for that 300 blackout?
Yeah, I asked him why he didn't get one, and he said that when you put a suppressor on a gun like that, it decreases how far you can shoot and makes your accuracy go down. So the gun that we already had with the night vision was already not a very long distance gun, so he didn't want to put a suppressor on it.
Up at the kennels, up at the shed area, was it common for firearms to be up there?
They were up there from time to time, but I don't think there were really any kept up there, no, sir.
On June 7th, 2021, did you ever have any conversation with Paul or communication with him?
Yes, I talked to him around dinner time. I was cooking dinner in the apartment that we were staying in. And he called me about wanting to get a hot tub for the house that we were about to move into. And then he sent me a Snapchat a little bit after that, and that was the last time I heard from him.
What was the Snapchat of?
It was of him and his dad looking at the trees and stuff that they had planted. They had one swoop down that obviously wasn't doing too good, but it was just a video of them looking at trees.
And you watched that video on your phone or something like that?
Yes, sir.
Over the years, as you got to know Paul, did you also get to know his family as well?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you get to know Miss Maggie?
Yes, sir, I did.
To your knowledge, did Miss Maggie like to go down to the kennels?
Yes, she did.
And how would she get down there, do you know?
Sometimes she would use her bike or her car or walk. She liked to walk. There are 2 labs around a lot around the property, so it was not uncommon for her to go down there.
And what would she like to do when she went down there?
She would go down and look at the dogs and mess with the dogs. A lot of times she liked to ride her bike, right before it got dark, on a sunset or something. But she was a dog lover for sure.
Would she go in the daytime or would she go at night when it was dark?
I only saw her go during the daytime most of the time. I mean, she might be down there once it got dark, but I don't think she would go down there after dark.
Let me ask you a little bit about Paul. What was his cell phone usage like?
He used his cell phone a lot.
Is he one to respond to you pretty quickly, typically?
Yes, sir. He would respond pretty fast.
You know where he kept it when he had it on him? What pocket he kept it in?
No, I do not. I know he kept it in one of his front pockets. I would have remembered if he kept it in his back pockets, but I don't know which one it was.
Were you, how'd you find out about the murders?
I was called numerous times in the middle of the night. I finally woke up to one around midnight. I think it was 12:07 if I remember right. And it was a cousin of Paul's, and she told me about everything. and I was in the apartment at the time, and nobody really knew what was going on, so I got out of the apartment pretty quick. Drove to my parents' house, talked with them for a minute, and we had some friends that were all awake in Charleston, so I drove straight down to Charleston in the middle of the night.
Did you ever go to Moselle in the aftermath of everything?
Yes, sir. I believe I went on that previous Wednesday and saw the family.
Did you ever have a conversation with Alec?
I did.
Did you talk to him about any conversations that you had with Paul that night?
No, I didn't. We mostly just grieved.
Did you ask him about what he was doing that night or what happened or the events of that night at all?
No, I did not.
Were you aware of what's called the boat wreck or the boat case?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware that Paul had been charged in that boat case?
Yes, sir, I was.
Were you aware that Alex Murdaugh had been sued in that boat case?
Yes, sir, I was.
Whenever Paul, did you ever talk to Paul about the boat case?
Not much. I didn't want to bring up something like that.
You mentioned that the family had an Edisto Beach house, is that right?
That's correct.
Had the Moselle property?
That's correct.
Did they have another property at one point in time?
Yes, they did. They had their house in Hampton.
Did they ultimately sell that property?
Yes, they did.
What was your understanding as to why they sold that property?
You can answer if you know.
It was just through the grapevine to help pay for some of the lawsuits that they were under.
The objection is sustained.
You say through the grapevine. Did you ever have a conversation or were privy to a conversation with Alec about that?
No, sir.
When you did you have a conversation or were you privy to a conversation with Paul about that?
We talked about the house being sold, but I don't believe he ever told me that that's what it was for.
Going back to the 300 blackout, what was the sort of effective range of that weapon?
From what I was told from Paul, it was around 50 to 75 yards it was accurate up to.
Did that have anything to do with the discussion about why not to put a suppressor on it?
Yes, it did.
When y'all were shooting that tan blackout 300 blackout rifle with the red dot optic on the side of the house in Moselle in March or April of 2021, who was doing most of the shooting of it?
Paul was.
Did Paul express to you any dissatisfaction with that tan one in the optic?
No, he did not.
Did y'all discuss any frustration, though, with it being unusual for turkey shooting because of the optic that was on it?
For hog hunting?
For hog hunting, sorry.
No, not really. We kind of knew that when we took it with us that it was kind of pointless, but we just took it with us anyway.
The red dot was pointless?
Yes, sir.
For night shooting?
For night hunting, yes, sir.
You said you were present when they purchased the red dot, is that right? Were
Yes,
you
sir,
and
I
Paul
was.
purchased the red dot?
Yes, sir.
Who paid for the red dot?
It was put on a store credit that was his father's.
That was his father's?
Yes, sir.
Whenever Paul needed money, who would you get that from?
He would normally text his dad.
When you talked a little bit about Paul's habits, and you guys had an apartment in Columbia, right?
Yes, sir.
Did Paul like to go to Charleston a lot?
He did.
He liked to go to Moselle a lot?
He did.
Did he spend time in a lot of different places?
Yeah, he was all over.
He was all over?
Yes, sir.
Happened to be back in Moselle on June 7th, 2021, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. One last thing. Have you had the opportunity to view a video at the kennels in Moselle?
Yes, sir, I have.
And were you able to recognize any voices on that video?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I'm going to play State's Exhibit 297 for this witness.
Get up. Get back. Quit, Cash. Come. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Come here, Cash. Shit. Come here. First of all. Cash.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a guinea.
There's a chick back there. Come here, Cash. Cash. Quit.
Did you recognize on that video?
Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh.
And how sure are you?
100%.
The person whose voice you recognize on there that you identified as Alex Murdaugh, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point him out for the jury?
He's sitting right there.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
It does.
Mr. Loving, please answer any questions the defense may have.
Good afternoon, Will.
How you doing?
Good. It's a hard day, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
You mentioned about a Snapchat video that you received on sometime in the evening of June the 7th. Do you remember what time that was?
I don't. It was later in the afternoon, somewhere around like 7 o'clock-ish in that area.
And what was it of?
It was Alex and his son Paul. They were riding around looking at trees that they had built and, laughing, having a good time.
Everything. So he posted it on, I don't have Snapchat. Maybe most people here have Snapchat, but tell us a little bit about what that is.
Snapchat's an app on smartphone that you can send pictures and videos to your friends. You can save pictures and videos, but it's just an app that most young people use.
And it's a way to share videos?
Correct, yes, sir.
My kids have it, but are the videos supposed to disappear after some period of time?
Yeah, they have a limit on them. You can either send it'll play over and over and over again until somebody clicks off of it, or you can go up to from 1 to 10 seconds. But you can also save a Snapchat if you want to look at later.
And is it like Facebook? You have friends that want to be in your circle of Snapchat? Is that how that works? And did Paul have a lot of Snapchat? They call friends on Snapchat?
Yes, sir, he did.
And would he frequently post things on Snapchat?
Yes, sir.
And would he frequently post things, events like he did on the evening of June the 7th when he and his father were out, messing around with a tree?
Yes, sir, he would.
And would he post stuff with his family events?
Yes, sir, he would.
Okay. And the Snapchat, when he would post it, would it go to everybody who's in his, I guess, group?
Yeah, you have to send it to certain people. He wouldn't necessarily put stuff. They have what's called a story that everybody that you're friends with can see. He wouldn't necessarily always put stuff on his story, but he would send stuff to whoever he wanted to.
I think we're going to learn more about Snapchat, but let me ask you, when Paul would post on Snapchat, could people see where he was posting from? Did he have his location services activated?
I don't think he kept his location on. Sometimes they have filters and stuff that show you different areas where you are, but I don't think he kept his Snapchat location on.
Well, when he posted the video of he and his dad at Moselle, could you tell that he was at Moselle?
Yes, I could tell he was at Moselle just from being there, but maybe somebody who doesn't know the property wouldn't know.
Okay. All right. You were asked questions about the last time. Well, you were with Paul, and getting ahead of myself. I'm sorry. So you and Paul were good friends, and Paul was friends with your friend group out of Columbia. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's right.
And then y'all would sort of migrate to Charleston, and some of the Columbia folks went to Charleston, and y'all would visit down there?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And I guess originally you all met at Edisto with family homes and vacationing, and right?
Yeah, that's where everybody met until everybody went to college, and then everybody just kind of meets up.
Okay. And sometimes Paul would come to Columbia and stay with you?
Correct.
And you had another friend, Wills Chapman, that he would stay with Wills?
Correct.
Okay. And Paul left a 300 blackout at your house for some period of time, didn't he?
Yes, sir, he did.
How long did Paul leave a 300 blackout at your home?
Probably a month or so at least.
Okay. And I think when Wills Chapman moved to Charleston, what did he find in his closet?
He found Paul's deer hunting rifle.
That Paul had left there?
Yes, sir.
And Paul had thought he had lost his deer hunting rifle.
Correct.
And lo and behold, it was at Wills Chapman's house, right?
Yes, sir.
Was that unusual for Paul to leave stuff everywhere?
No, not at all.
And so he was, would he leave guns around the farm?
Yeah, he would every now and again.
We'd leave them, say, in the golf cart?
Yes, sir.
And we leave them in unlocked trucks?
Yes, sir.
And you were asked about the kennels, but what about in the workshop, the shed? We leave guns down there?
That's where I was, referring to. You'd see them down there sometimes, but I don't think there was ever guns permanently down there, no, sir.
Okay. And when he left the 300 blackout in Columbia, was it the one that Mr. Waters showed you, this black one with the thermal scope?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And you learned at some point in time that he got a replacement for one he had previously lost?
Yes, I did. I didn't even know that it was a replacement. Like I said, I didn't know about the original one. I just I just remember seeing the brown one.
And that brown one did not have a scope, right?
No, sir, it didn't until we bought one.
And you went with Paul to Ace Hardware store and purchased a scope and a mount for it, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the day that you purchased the scope and the mount, was it the weekend that you were talking about, where the last time you used it?
I'm not sure if it was that weekend or maybe the next weekend, but they were both pretty close together.
Okay, but you were there when he purchased the scope and the mount?
Correct.
And you went, did you go back to Moselle and put it on the gun?
Yes, sir, we did.
And did you use the gun that weekend, or waited till the following weekend?
I'm not 100% sure if we used it that weekend or if it was the following weekend. I know we sighted it in that day that we bought the scope for it.
So that was the day when you were shooting off the railing beside the gun room?
Correct.
The day you bought the scope?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's possible you hunted with it that weekend, but if not, it was the following weekend?
Yes, sir.
And had you ever seen that gun again after that weekend or the following weekend, whichever it was?
No, sir, I haven't.
Okay. And would you be able to more accurately provide, know when it was? I think you said late March, early April. If you saw the receipt from the purchase?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll show you what was marked as Defendant's Exhibit 62. And ask you, first, do you recognize Paul's signature on that document?
Yes, sir, I do.
You know that to be his signature?
Yes, sir.
And does that reference the purchase of red dot scope and the mount?
Yes, it does.
And that's from Ace Hardware?
Yes, sir.
And were you there with Paul when he bought it?
I was.
Your Honor, we would introduce Exhibit 62 into evidence at this time.
No objection, Your Honor. A different one than the one you just handed him that you said.
It's the same one.
It's already in evidence, isn't it? It's just marked for identification, or is it in evidence already?
I'm moving in that evidence right now.
Thank
you. Will you tell the jury what the date of that is?
It is March the 6th.
Okay.
2021.
And Your Honor, I have a calendar here that says March 6, 2021 is a Saturday, and I would just like the court to take judicial notice that March 6, 2021 is a Saturday.
No objection.
Thank you. So knowing that it was purchased on March 6, 2021, a Saturday, does that help you remember when you last used the gun?
Yeah. So that was a Saturday. So we would have sighted it in that Saturday. And I do remember using the gun. It was the first week of turkey season because we were going turkey hunting the next morning, which would have been either March 20th or March 22nd. I can't remember what it was 2 years ago with the opening day of the season. So it would have been 3 weeks after we sighted it in.
Okay. So you sighted it on March 6th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll take that back. When was the last time you saw Paul in person?
It would have been the weekend previous, or 2 weekends previous to when everything happened. It was Memorial Weekend.
So you saw him Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
And where did you see him?
We all stayed at the Edisto Beach House.
And when you say we all, who are you referring to?
Me, myself, and 3 or 4 other buddies, along with Alex, Maggie, and I believe that was it.
And did you spend a lot of time with Paul around his dad and mom?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how would you describe Paul's relationship with his father?
It was an awesome relationship.
And what do you mean by awesome?
It just kind of seemed like Paul was the apple of his eye.
Okay. And from your observation, you tell the jury what you observed of Alex's relationship with Maggie.
I thought they had an awesome relationship as well, from everything that I could see. You know, they were always laughing and everybody got along. You know, nothing was out of the ordinary at all.
Did Maggie and Alec open their home up to Paul and Buster's friends?
Yes, they did.
How many people stayed at the Edisto Beach House that Memorial Day weekend?
I'm not 100% positive, but at least 3 or 4 friends.
Okay, and where'd y'all stay?
All in the bedrooms. I think somebody might have been on the couch on the porch outside. Maybe the couch inside as well.
Okay. And was Buster there?
I believe Buster was there, but I'm not 100% sure.
And did he have any of his friends there?
Yet again, I'm not sure.
Okay. You mentioned that when you got a phone call from Paul's cousin, I believe, after midnight on June 7th, so early morning, June the 8th, you learned what happened, and your immediate reaction was to hightail it out of there?
Yes, sir.
And were you fearful for your safety?
At first I wasn't, and then I was calling back other friends, and you know, people started telling me to get out of there, so then I started second guessing myself, and yeah, then I got out of there.
And when you left, I mean, did you even lock it up when you left?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I marked as Exhibit 61, and it's a disc. And before you testify today, did you have an opportunity to view that very short video clip on the disc?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you? Are those your initials on the disc?
Yes, sir, they are my initials.
And is it a short video of the Memorial Day weekend when you were down at Edisto with Paul and your friends and Maggie and Alec?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is it sort of a birthday celebration for Alec?
It was a birthday celebration for Alex.
Your Honor, I would like to introduce Exhibit 61 in evidence and play the video.
Submit without objection.
Can you just play it without the sound?
Yeah, I sure can.
We're just going to play it without the sound, but you've seen the video?
Yes, sir.
Of people singing happy birthday to Alex?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay.
Thank y'all so much. Thank you, baby.
On the Wednesday after Paul and Maggie were murdered, you went to Moselle, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
With some friends of yours?
Yes, sir.
I mean, the friends of Paul's?
Yes, sir.
How many?
I think 3 of us went.
And how many other people were there, friends of Paul's?
There was a lot of friends of Paul's there.
More than 10?
On Wednesday, I don't know. I don't think so. I think a lot of people were kind of trying to feel out the situation, so just like the closer friends went. But there was probably 10 or so of his friends there when I was there.
And what was Alex Murdaugh's demeanor on the Wednesday?
He was grieving, crying a lot. I think we all were.
I think you described it that he just couldn't talk. You remember that happening?
Yeah, it was pretty hard to talk when he came and grabbed me and 2 other guys, and we just kind of had a big hug, and it was pretty tough for him to make words.
Was he crying?
Yes, sir.
Were you crying?
Yes, sir.
Everybody there crying?
Yes, sir.
All right. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Before you do that, go back to your video if you would, please. Can y'all turn that screen around for me, please? Still at the very end, please. Of that video.
Thank you, baby.
Who's that guy in the green shirt? Do you know?
That's Chris Wilson.
Do you know Chris Wilson's relationship to Alec Wilson or Alex Murdaugh?
Yeah, I think they're best friends.
Best friends. Best friends should do each other right. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about when you found out about the murders, and you talked to some people, and then you kind of hightailed it out of your place, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you were scared, or at least thinking about the possibility of some sort of harm. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because it was a shock for everyone, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
It stopped everything in its tracks, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
And everybody was worried about this family and what was going on and what had happened. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Anything else people were worried about went out the window. They were all focused on Alec at that moment, were they not? And themselves. Is that correct?
I think they were focused on everybody that had anything to do with it.
Anything that had anything to do with this family. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Shown in the Snapchat video, you were also asked about another Snapchat video that you saw the day of the murders.
Yes, sir.
And what was on that video?
It was a video of Alex and his son riding around looking at trees that had fallen over on the tractor or on the golf cart.
Was it a short clip?
Yes, sir, it was.
I have State's Exhibit 306, which is a Snapchat video, I believe, in without projection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submit it.
Thank you. Flip back over, I'm going to play that tree video. About what time do you recall receiving this video, to the best of your recollection?
It was later in the afternoon. I believe it was after I cooked dinner, so probably around 7 o'clock, sometime in there.
Is that the video you saw?
Yes, it is.
That was on the afternoon or the evening of June 7th, 2021?
That's correct.
Clothes that he was wearing, at least in that video you saw on the evening of June 7th, 2021?
Yeah, those are the clothes I saw in the video.
Long pants and a shirt?
Yep. Yes, sir.
And those particular shoes?
Yes, sir.
And you watched that video in real time when it came in from Paul's phone that evening, is that correct?
That is correct.
You were asked about the relationship that you observed between Alec and Paul and Alec and Maggie, is that correct?
That is correct.
To your eye, it was a very good relationship, is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was a good relationship in my point of view.
Did you know anything about Alec's finances?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about his law practice?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about where he gets his money?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about where he was spending his money?
No, I did not.
Did you know anything about what his bank account balances were?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you know anything about the debt that he was carrying? Do you know anything about that?
No, sir.
Did you know the specific things that were going on in the boat case the week that Paul and Maggie were murdered?
No, sir.
Do you know anything about civil discovery and how it can expose financial information?
No, sir.
Do you know anything at all about him being confronted on June 7th, 2021 about...
Object.
You have the question.
Did you know anything about him being confronted on the morning of June 7th, 2021 about $792,000 of missing fees from his law firm?
Objection, Your Honor. It's totally improper.
Objection is overruled.
Did you know anything about that?
No, I did not.
You know any of the facts of those things that I just asked you about?
No, sir.
Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today. We'll see you at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case. This day, tomorrow morning, however, I will address the Rule 404 issue, particularly 404B that provides that evidence of other wrongs, crimes, or acts may be admissible to show motive and some other things. And we'll address that issue tomorrow morning, and as far as witness preparation or witness availability, particularly in light of my ruling with regard to the last question posed, trust that the state will be prepared to move forward with evidence that establishes facts by clear and convincing evidence.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And we'll be in recess till 9:30.